It is a wee bit early this fine morning, but we are here to answer your fantasy football questions. We are here to look at your fantasy football teams. Nonetheless, as I am every single day. So, of course, if you missed this, all I got to say is make sure you subscribe to the channel, and I'll be live streaming, answering questions every day until Christmas. Now, we've been saving these Dynasty teams for a dedicated Dynasty live stream, but honestly, I vote we go through and we rip them off right now. But before we get into Bryn is able, let's talk about some of the updates that we've had since last night. And honestly, we have devastating news. Now, first things first, you actually have word that Terry McLaurin could return in week 7. Good news for Terry McLaurin owners. The Ravens are hopeful that Lamar can return after the week 7 bye. I've kind of been operating under the assumption that Lamar will return in week 8, but we'll see. Jawan Jennings is expected to play in week 6. I am not that excited to play Jennings with the multitude of injuries. And with that as well, I think we can say that if Jennings will be out there, you're probably not as excited to play Kendrick Bourne as you otherwise would be. Brock Purdy has a chance to return for week 7. Good to hear for the Niners. Jatavion Sanders not expected to play week 6. Zay Flowers expected to play week 6, but he'll be playing less than the normal allotment amount of snaps. And this is what freaking sucks. Quentin Johnston trending towards missing week 6. If you had Quentin Johnston, you got to make plans to look at somebody else. And with that as well, I think Ladd McConkey gets the bump. Keenan Allen gets the bump up. And my best ball teams are screwed with no big Q. But can we please get a congrats in the chat? We got the notorious one saying, "Good morning, motherflockas. I proposed last night. Congrats, my friend. Happy for you." And if y'all could, go down there. Hit him with the congrats in the chat. But let's go ahead. Let's dive into this first team here. From Bryn is Able. It says, first Dynasty League. Took over somebody else's team, sadly, from the year before. Should we trade Malik Washington for a future third and Herbert and a future first for RJ Harvey? Do not make the RJ Harvey trade. Decided this year was a wash when Malik got hurt, and then I traded him earlier in the season. Thanks, Mason. Please help. And what are your thoughts? Okay, my thoughts are, on a rebuilding team, I like the idea of us going through and trading for RJ Harvey. What I don't like the idea of is us trading a first-round pick plus for RJ Harvey and just paying a premium to get him. Now, realistically, this is, the team name says it's Bryn is Able. Where is this? Here we are. We are 10th in this league in terms of value. We are 1-4. We are second to last in this league in points scored. So we should be going through and we should be planning for the long term. So it looks like we do have RJ Harvey here, but we kind of need to bucket off these assets in short-term contending pieces versus long-term pieces that will gain in value. So if we're looking at what we have at quarterback, we have Mahomes. Mahomes, we are completely fine building around for the long term. No hesitation with it. Now, I will say, if you were to go through and trade away Patrick Mahomes, it'd put you in a good spot where all of a sudden, if you're having to start Dylan Gabriel every week, then you're probably going to lose a lot of games, and that's going to get us the 101 next year. So if you could sell Mahomes for like a future first and second, I probably would. Going over to running back, we have RJ Harvey and Chase Brown. I know Chase Brown technically is only in his 3rd NFL season, but this is a running back with 0 team investment. And the way that he's playing, honestly, I think expectations should be that Chase Brown probably isn't the starting guy next year. So, I mean, if you could flip Chase Brown for a future first, I would do it in a heartbeat. maybe instead you're only looking at getting a second, third, and somebody like Blake Corum in return. Wide receiver Malik Neighbors will gain in value as time goes on. Xavier Worthy, perfectly fine player to build around in the long term. Ricky Pearsall, perfectly fine player to build around in the long term. I would say wide receiver, it would make sense, if possible, to sell T. Higgins if we could go out there and if we could possibly get a future first with him. And then at tight end, TJ Hawkinson would be a clear sell, especially knowing that it would cause us to just have some bumps in our tight end spot every single week. And then all of a sudden we would be able to get an earlier rookie pick. I would love to sell TJ Hawkinson for a future second and third. So yeah, again, you are just a clear rebuilding team. I think this is kind of stupid simple. Selling Chase Brown, selling T. Higgins, selling TJ Hawkinson will all be things that we like doing. And all these depth bench running backs that you have, like Tajay Spears, would be sells if the starter were to eventually get the job in front of them. Lose the job in front of them with an injury. I will say some waiver wire pivots that I would want to make on a rebuilding team. Pat Bryant seems like a very appealing pickup off waivers. Where I would go through, I would drop Jordan James and I would pick up Pat Bryant's. I would also consider picking up Jalen McMillan and going through and dropping like AJ Barner. And I know it's going to leave us with like Terrence Ferguson at tight end, especially if we trade Hawkinson. But I like that because it gets us the 101. But outside of that, obviously, the waiver wire in Dynasty League is going to be questionable. But I'll go ahead and I'm going to send you over some additional free questions. So if there's anything else that you want to follow up with here, I'd be super happy to take a look at it for you, my friend. But again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. And hopefully I was able to help you out in some way. Now let's move this over to Long Discourse. This is the Booty Warrior. Pretty funny name. I'm going to log out and log back in just to ensure that the correct timestamps are being sent to the people on the website. Just Ab says Bowers unlikely to play week 7. Yeah, I think Bowers has already been ruled out now. Oh, you're saying he's unlikely to play week 7. Which makes a lot of sense. The bye week's week 8, so I guess you're not going to get Bowers back until week 9. But anyway, the Booty Warrior, we scored 532 points. We're 0-5, so we are dead last in this league. However, we have the majority of value in this. Now, what sucks, and I mean sucks, is if you're 0-5 and you've scored the fewest amount of points in your league, you very clearly need to plan on being a rebuilding team. Very clearly, you need to be planning for the long term. But with that being said, you don't have your own future first. We have 2026 first, but we don't have our own. So the pick that looks like it's about to be the 101, the pick that looks like it's about to be the top selection in all of your... we're not going to have it. And that's typically the bonus that we are getting by having a bad team, by going 0-5. Quarterback, we have Jaden Daniels, Brock Purdy, Daniel Jones, 10-team league. You're not going to be able to sell any of these quarterbacks for much. So obviously, we're fine, just completely chilling as is. Running back, we have RJ Harvey. We have Chase Brown. We have Caleb Johnson, Montgomery, Trey Benson, Pacheco. If we are looking at the assets that are contending pieces here that we very clearly want to sell, in my opinion, you'll very clearly want to go through and sell David Montgomery. I would very clearly want to go through and throw Chase Brown on the trade block. Picking up future seconds and thirds for these running backs would make a lot of sense. If you could send Chase Brown and David Montgomery together to get somebody's future first, second, and third, that would be great. If you could sell Chase Brown and David Montgomery together to just get back our future first from the team that we traded it to, that would be great as well. Let's see who has our future first. I think it's this team. And this team actually has a competitive roster. They are 2-3. They do need the depth pieces. I would be making like a God offer type trade for our future first. I would try to send Chase Brown, David Montgomery, and Deebo Samuel to that roster for us to get our future first back, knowing that in the offseason, the rookie 101 will be worth more than that collection of veterans. If not, I'm going to be trying to sell those running backs again in a package for a future first, second, third. If you can't get that, you'd be trying to sell those running backs individually for packages of second and third round picks. Then going over and looking at Deebo Samuel, I would love to sell Deebo Samuel for a future first. I would love to sell Calvin Ridley for a future second if possible. Going over to tight end, Kyle Pitts is still young enough for us to build around on a rebuilding team. But yeah, it sucks. Like, your team's fine, especially once CeeDee Lamb comes back in. But realistically speaking, you just simply have to go through and you have to look to play for the long term on an 0-5 team that's dead last in points. So I would start selling off those assets right now. But I'm going to go ahead and send you over some free questions. Appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream. And I hope I was able to help you out in some way here. Now let's move this over to Cold Moss says, hey Mason, I'm 4-1 and traded away 2 2026 first plus my own and Kincaid for JSN after week 3. Was a lot, but stud wide receivers are a tough ask in my league. Was trying to figure out what else my team needs, if anything. There's 2 and 3 super teams, and I'm just outside of that. Any advice is appreciated. For me, at least according to the league analyzer, this is the super team here. Now, this team here is only 3-2 on the season. But the reason this team's a super team is they also have the additional rookie picks in future years. But they are sitting with Jaden Daniels, Lamar Jackson together in a super flex league. I guess they had the Malik Neighbors injury, so they look a little bit more touchable now. Now, we are the second team in the league analyzer. We are highly incentivized to be competitive this year. One, for the reason that we are currently 4-1. We are 4th in this league in points scored. But 2, because you just pushed your chips in the middle by trading away our safety valve of our own future first. So we are highly incentivized to try to win games this season. Starting off at quarterback, we have May and Caleb, cornerstone assets that we can build around for the long term. Super excited to see it. And they'll give us production in the short term. Makes a lot of sense. Now, looking at what we have when it comes to the depth, we have the combination of Bryce Young as well as Cam Ward. And realistically speaking here, it's difficult for me to come through and say like, oh yeah, we don't need both these quarterbacks, especially on a contending team. Let's go through and let's sell Cam Ward in a package 2-for-1 deal with Caleb Johnson, and let's go get a running back that we'd be excited to start right now. In a 12-team Superflex league, maybe that would be possible. The issue that you're going to run into is in a 10-team Superflex league, everybody's going to have on average 3 to 4 starting quarterbacks. So it's going to be tough for us to be able to make that play. Now going over to wide receiver. We have JSN, Rome Odunze, Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison, Matthew Golden. All his contending assets, long-term value plus short-term production. We have depth of like Olave, Metcalf. It's a start 10 Superflex league. But realistically, like, we don't need all this depth. I mean, I would like, if possible, for us to be able to go through, and if we are leaning towards contending, trying to send Matthew Golden and Caleb Johnson in a 2-for-1 deal with a rebuilding team to go and get like a serious, strong veteran for our starting lineup. Like if you could flip, say, Caleb Johnson and Matthew Golden and go ahead and get Jalen Waddle, I think you're losing value in the long term, but you're winning in the short term. If you could go through and if you could trade the combination of Matthew Golden, Caleb Johnson, Colson Loveland, and go get Tyler Warren, I would absolutely love making a move like that. If we could flip Caleb Johnson, Matthew Golden, and go and get like Rashee Rice, it would be an absolute no-brainer. I'm just looking at the teams that are at the bottom of this league with the points scored. If we can go through and flip them for George Pickens in a 2-for-1 deal, I would really like that as well. Let's see this rebuilding team. If we could flip them for Ladd McConkey, I would like that as well. So in general, like you are a well built out team, but I think what we want to do is we want to approach one of the rebuilding rosters. And I love how J47 says nobody would do those deals, Mason. I'm assuming you don't play in Dynasty. Yeah, I'm assuming you don't play in Dynasty if you think nobody would trade Jalen Waddle for Matthew Golden and Caleb Johnson. So respectfully, please pipe it down. Yeah, I would be going through and trying to chase one of those rebuilding teams, sending them some veterans to just get the upgrade inside the starting lineup. And then again, Cam Ward would be an expendable piece as well. If you could go through and if you could include him. The only hesitation that I have with saying that is like it's a 10-team super flex league. So realistically, nobody's going to need that range of quarterback. But I really appreciate you and good luck this year. Again, you are pot committed. You kind of have to win it. You did sell your future first, but you're 4-1. So you're in a good spot to make that push forward. But let's move this over to G. Kelly. It says currently 3-2, trying to decide which direction to go to. I don't feel like I'm far from competing, but not sure I can stick it with the other teams. So we are 5th in the league. We've scored 692 points. So we are 5th in the league with points scored. We are 3-2. So we have our own 2026 first. So we are in a position in which we have the flexibility that if we wanted, like if we wanted to rebuild, you still can because we have our 2026 first. Quarterback, we are sitting with Lamar Jackson. Okay. We have Jordan Love as QB2, so we can play Love through the Lamar injury. So we are just fine here in a one-quarterback dynasty league, no problem whatsoever. Now, obviously, we don't need Bryce Young. We're not going to be able to sell Bryce Young for anything. Okay. Now, running back. We have Trevion Henderson, Josh Jacobs, Woody Marks, David Montgomery, Zach Charbonnet. So Jacobs, solid RB1. We can throw in Montgomery at RB2 here in the short term. It's a start 8 format, so the depth's not going to matter much. So as we go over to receiver, we have Jefferson wide receiver 1, Rome wide receiver 2, Smith wide receiver 3, Matthew Golden wide receiver 4. TJ Hawkinson as our top tight end. So realistically, as we look at this team, I don't know what we could possibly do here. It's a well-balanced roster. So it's not like there's a positional need that we can look at. It's a 3-2 team. I don't necessarily think that we should be pushing all our chips in the middle and going through and trying to do anything we can to get an upgrade by selling Matthew Golden, by selling Jaden Higgins, and going and making plays for right now? I think you just leave this team as is. You ride it out. We hope that we get a Trevion Henderson breakout. We hope that we get a Matthew Golden breakout. And because you're 3-2, I think that you can honestly wait and not have to sell them at a discount. I wish I had more for you. It's not like your dynasty team's loaded up with value, but I think it's well constructed. It's well balanced. And I kind of like the fact that we're in the middle of the road here and we have some optionality. And if we do get a rookie breakout, you could take this down. But I really appreciate you, and I'm sorry that I don't have more for you here, but yeah, I don't think you'd be wanting to do much with this. But I really appreciate you, and yeah, thank you again for being a member of the flock. Now let's move this over. This will be the last dynasty team that we look at. Then we'll go ahead and we'll pivot over to answering some start set questions, and we'll go ahead and we will spam y'all free start set questions in the chat as well. So again, if y'all wanted to qualify for free questions, it's simple. All you got to do is drop a like on the stream. Now this is Levis Jones in. We are average Joes. We are the number 1 team in the league analyzer. It's a league where you play against the league median as well. So we are 7-3 at the moment. That puts us with the 4th best record. And we are the 4th team in this league when it comes to points scored. It's a super flex format. We have 3 viable QBs with Lawrence, McCarthy, and Dak Prescott. Plus, we have Geno Smith as well. So, realistically, if you were looking at what we have with the quarterback position, Geno Smith is expendable. Could you find anybody to give us anything for Geno? Probably not. Now, with that being said, you could potentially go through and you could try to sell like Lawrence. You could sell Dak in a 2-for-1 deal if you have faith in McCarthy. But I think we actually wait until we see McCarthy out of the bye. And if McCarthy looks impressive and he looks like somebody we could play, then maybe you go ahead and you sell Trevor Lawrence in a 2-for-1 deal to go get an improvement elsewhere. Running back, we have Javonte crushing here in the short term. Obviously, we're not going to assume that Javonte's a long-term piece. We have Breece Hall as well. I think Breece, we can say that you're going to get short-term production and long-term value as well. Chuba Hubbard injured, but I mean, we're fine here with the running back depth. The James Conner injury isn't the end of the world for us. Our team is strong enough, even if it's a start 10 format. We go over to wide receiver. We have London, JSN, Brian Thomas, Pittman, all startable assets in a format like this. Tight end premium format. You can throw a tight end in the flex when we have Tyler Warren as well as Tucker Kraft. It's a team where we are pot committed to win right now because we traded away our 2026 first rounder. So realistically, if you were to make a deal, I think it's we go over and we look at a roster that needs help at quarterback, that doesn't have enough when it comes to starters. Like this team has Allen and Baker, but no QB. They have Flacco. Never mind. This team has Daniels and Caleb Williams, but obviously Mac Jones won't be viable in the long term. So if you were to get another injury to like Jaden Daniels, then maybe at that point you go through and you actually look to try to send them a quarterback such as Geno Smith with maybe a running back like Chuba Hubbard to get to an upgrade with like Josh Jacobs. Okay. But I think it's minimal a pivot that you want to be making. Again, you have the best team in this league. If it wasn't a tight end premium format, then maybe at that point we would be wanting to sell either Warren or Kraft. But because it's a tight end premium format and realistically you can throw the tight end into the flex spot, I actually think that you're kind of wanting to leave this as is. Or maybe James Conner didn't get hurt, then at that point it would be interesting to almost upgrade to a exciting quarterback with the onesies. But with the James Conner injury, it's not like you can sell the running back depth at this point, especially with Chuba banged up as well and Chase Brown not looking viable. So I like the team. I think you can afford to maybe upgrade running back by selling the expendable QB once we get confirmation that you actually have JJ McCarthy looking like a playable name. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. Well, I'm going to mark that as complete, and we'll go over to some of the faster questions. These are going to be the trade questions, the start sit questions, et cetera, et cetera. I will say as I pull these up, of course, I'm going to be giving out a ton of free questions during this live stream. Sunday morning streams while there's a Europe game going is the easiest time you could ever get free questions, just because you can see these are all the questions that I have on the website right now. So there aren't going to be many people out this Sunday morning. It'll be super easy for you to get free ones if you hang out with us during the game. All you got to do to qualify for those free questions will be drop a like on the stream, and then also drop your flockfantasy.com username in the live chat so I know who to send those free questions to if you win. You can always get guaranteed free questions as well by taking advantage of the offer on Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy has been our only sponsor on this channel for 5 years now, and this is the best new user offer that they've ever had. I know I've been really annoying with this over the past 2 weeks, but it's because it's the best offer they've ever had, and I do feel like you actually need to take advantage. This is a $100 bonus that you get after you play your first $5 with code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy. And on top of that, you'll get a gimme pick Cam Ward, higher, lower, half a total yard as well. You'll get both of these with code FLOCK, and you'll get guaranteed free questions that you can ask in the live streams. And I'm live streaming every single day until Christmas, answering your fantasy questions. Underdog Fantasy is available in almost every single state, and you can find that link in the description as well as the live stream. But let me go through and let me send out some free questions to people in this stream. Again, appreciate y'all hanging out with us, and I'll be excited to send y'all over some free questions. Let's send this first one to Penguin DK or Decay. I don't know what you say here, but let's see. Penguin. Just found you and just sent you over a free start sit question. Again, appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream. And let's send this other one out to Jay Chimpo. I think we actually sent you one last night. So again, thank you for hanging out with us in the live stream last night and today. But we just sent you over that free start sit question as well. And let's send one out to the Notorious One as a congrats for the engagement, my friend. Really happy for you. If y'all don't know, the Notorious One has been with us forever. But just sent you over that free start sit as well, my friend. Okay, let's get this going for Ontario Lions. The Superflex Debo plan, Monday Night Football predicaments. Obviously, I want to flex, but should we drop someone to pick up Pitts as an emergency flex or just play Derrick Henry? So for me, I would say that, of course, if Debo Samuel were to play, which I wish we had the clarity on right now, we could just say, yeah, let's go through and let's play Debo. But Monday night game, we don't have that clarity right now. If you had Gross alternatives, I would say, you know what, just roll with Deebo Samuel. But who the hell would you drop as an emergency pickup? I would just play it safe. I think I'd just play Travis Etienne, to be honest with you. Go ahead, jam in Etienne, and you'll be fine. Let me send you over another free start set just in case something changes here. Now, let's answer this for Warbington, where we have Jamison Williams, Malik Washington, Justin Jefferson. And we are trading them for Quinshon Judkins, Matthew Golden, Zay Flowers. How much do you need the depth? Running back, we have 3 hammers with Gibbs, Javonte, Jonathan Taylor. Wide receiver, we're starting so our starting lineup right now, we have Jonathan Taylor, Gibbs in at running back. We have Javonte in a flex. Wide receiver, you're starting Jefferson and then JMO. We have Tucker Kraft tight ends. We have Lamar at quarterback. So honestly, if this is a league in which you actually have more than one flex spot, I understand you making this deal. But if this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, the depth's not going to matter much. So what I would want to do is I'd want to just simply go ahead and play Justin Jefferson. I'd keep it. I would want to keep Justin Jefferson, keep the best player in the deal. I know actually this week Jefferson's on bye, so the starting lineup is very questionable for now, but I think you still run with it. Now, Coda, wide receiver. Honestly, I may go Worthy over Wilson given the Wilson matchup. I think you're going to play both of them anyway. Kincaid, if healthy, you're going to go over Hunter Henry. Wide receiver, you go Wilson, Sutton. And then in the flex, I probably play Jacoby Myers over Chase Brown. The sad thing is when it comes to Chase Brown, even if you do have the quarterback upgrade, you still have sportsbooks projecting out the Cincinnati Bengals to be the worst offense in the league this week. Now, Markey, quarterback, we're going to play Justin Fields. Wide receiver, you jam in George Pickens as the auto start with no Lamb. And then I think you can play Judkins over Sutton in the flex, but Sutton would be the alternative. Now, AJ, with our next question, we are trading Nico and Trevion Henderson for Chase Brown and Rashee Rice. Okay. Nico to Rice, slight downgrade. Henderson to Chase Brown, downgrade as well. I would rather have Henderson and Nico Collins. Again, while we are more excited about this offense, you're still not all the way there in Cincy because the offensive line is still arguably the worst offensive line in the league. Now, add K. Dean. I think you keep this stupid simple. I know Sutton and Adams give you crazy high ceilings, but Javonte and James Cook give you the crazy high ceilings and crazy high floors. So in my opinion, if you're able to play the running backs that get guaranteed volume, I think you run with it. Okay. Let's move over to our next question. This is Tommy Guns. This is 1-4. And yeah, we just got the report that Amari Hampton is expected to miss more than 4 weeks. Which, like I said, when we nuked Amari Hampton in our rest of season rankings, that was always a possibility. So let me go over and let me look at where Amari Hampton's at in our rest of season rankings at this point and see if we need to move him even lower. I had Amari Hampton at RB21. So say Amari Hampton, if they're telling us now that he's going to miss more than 4 weeks, let's say he's going to miss 6. If he's going to miss 6 weeks, then you can go through and say he's missing 6 weeks. We're in week 6. He misses week 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You get him back essentially just for the fantasy football playoffs. In that instance, I would probably rather have Kenneth Walker over him. Trying to think if there's who would y'all rather have rest of season? Would y'all rather have if Amari Hampton misses the next 6 weeks? So you get him just for the fantasy playoffs in like a week or 2 before. Would you rather have Amari Hampton or Kenneth Walker rest of season? Let me know in the live chat right now. We got Hampton, Walker, Hampton, Walker. It looks like everybody's on Walker. Let me know. Would you rather have Amari Hampton or Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt in that instance? Are you going to go Amari Hampton or Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt? Got everybody saying Bill. Yeah, I think I'm going to move Amari Hampton down a few more spots. I think I move him down to my RB24 in my rest of season ranks. But anyway, Tommy Gunn says 1-4, so unlucky in this league. What trade should I be eyeing? Thank you, Mason. Appreciate everything. Appreciate you, my friend. If you're a 1-4 team, you need to sell any long-term value to get short-term production. So I'm assuming any trades that we're making are realistically after kickoff. And like after kickoff, Rashee Rice will be missing a total of 0 more games in comparison to who you're trading for. So realistically, I think you leave this team as is. I would say in terms of, actually, no, we have Caleb and Nico too. Yeah, you're fine leaving this as is. You're going to be starting like, it's a start 8 format and you'll have Rice, St. Brown, Rome, and Nico. You just have to somehow find a way to win this week, move to 2-4, and then you'll have a phenomenal team going into the future. Now, J $sign with our next one. Wide receiver, we have Matthew Golden, Jamison Williams. For me, I'm going to go with JMO. The over-under this game, I want to say, is like 52.5 points. So if there's ever going to be a big JMO blow-up, I could see it being in this game against the Kansas City Chiefs. And then going over to the flex, we have no Hubbard, no Mason, no Jones. So it's like Matthew Golden or Trevion Henderson. And honestly, I think you could go Matthew Golden here. The Cincinnati Bengals defense is bad enough where the Packers actually project to be the highest scoring offense in the league. Okay. Now, Tommy Gunn says, should I sit Kamara/Mar for Trevion this week? I wouldn't. I mean, don't get me wrong. Kamara is not exciting, but Trevion Henderson, I still love the long-term upside with. I know we had him as that buy low candidate, but we're not wanting to start him anytime soon. Now, Purdy thing, wide receiver. You play Ladd over Pittman now that Quentin Johnston probably isn't going to play. And then in the flex, I will take Pittman. Flowers not going to play a full allotment of snaps, and Walker is operating in a running back by committee. Now, Adil is trading Nico for Jacobs. I would clearly rather have Jacobs. I think he outscores Nico points per game rest of season, and he's already through the bye week as well, so you get the extra game played. Now, Clinot says, deciding between Marvin Hall is my last flex spot. It's easily Breece Hall, not even really close. Quarterback, Ego Daniels. Running back, you have Bijan and Taylor in there. Wide receiver, we have Rome, JSN. Tight end, we play Tyler Warren. And then in the flexes, London and Egbuka are must-start names. And then, so yeah, I guess it's Derrick Henry, Breece, or Marv, which, yeah, Breece, in my opinion, post-Braylon injury, is in a different tier. You for sure play Breece. Okay. Now, Don B, and we get to actually see Breece in about 45 minutes. Don B, you didn't actually include anybody in this, so I'm going to send you over a free start sit question so you can resubmit. Now, Nick says, waiver wire options are Spears, Ford, Justice Hill, Blake Corum, Rashad Smith. Ted with a great matchup, but not sure what we can get from Flacco. Thanks, and happy birthday. Thank you, my friend. I play Justin Fields over Bo Nix. There's no way in hell we're playing any of these waiver wire options. Running back, you go Achane. Your RB2, if you needed one, would be Hassan Haskins. Wide receiver, you play Puka Nacua. You play Egbuka, and then you play probably Jamar Chase in the flex, and then Mason Taylor at tight end. So, yeah, essentially play Hassan Haskins at RB, and then it sucks. I understand that Tet is in the best matchup imaginable, but I think you probably got to bench Tet in favor of Jamar at this point. Like, just look at the ceiling that we've had from these guys. 36, 29 points from Jamar Chase in 2 separate weeks this year. Tet has given you a season high of 16 points. So, even if it's a great matchup, I would still play Jamar. Now, Devin with our next one. Best name on the bench would be Trevion Henderson. And I am not putting Trevion Henderson over Gibbs, Dobbins, Kendrick Bourne, or Cortland Sutton. So I think you leave this as is. Let's move this over to Bald Mason. Happy to see you, my friend. Excited to dive into this. And real quick, let me shout out everybody in the live chat. Y'all know that Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important streams for us. So if you're ever going to go down there and drop a like, I would do so now. This is one of the few times that we can actually get recommended to new subscribers. And we are closing in on only needing 3,000 more for 300K. So please go down there, drop a like. And also, after you drop a like, drop your flogfantasy.com username in the chat because you'll be qualified to win free questions for the stream. And we can go ahead and pick out some people right now to send free questions over to. And of course, if you wanted to get guaranteed free questions for these live streams, where I'm going to be streaming every single day until Christmas, answering your fantasy football questions, you could always take advantage of the offer that we have on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you'll get $100 added to your account after you play your first 5. And on top of that, you'll get a free Cam Ward pick, higher, lower, half a total yard for today's game And Underdog Fantasy is available in almost every single state. They've been the only sponsor in this channel for 5 years, and this is by far and away the best promo that they have ever done. But let's go ahead, send out a free question here to Bodie34. Appreciate you hanging out with us, my friend. Let me see if I can find you on the site to send that free question to. Bodie34 just found you, just sent you over a free start sit question. Appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream. And let's send another one out to Imzo. Imzo, I cannot find you. I don't know if you use code FLOCK when you signed up. If not, you can add it to your account page. That way, next time I search you, you do show up. Let me send this one over to No Grit, No Glory. Just sent you a free start sit question. Appreciate you hanging out with us in the stream, my friend. But yeah, let's pivot back over and let's get back to answering these questions on the site. And then once we run through, you can see we don't have many questions that we have to run through this morning. So we'll be able to send out a bunch of free questions in the chat today. Now, Bald Mason, you start Bijan, obviously. You start Rashad White, obviously. Wide receiver, you start Igbuka. You start Jamar. And then in the flex, I would go ahead and I'd play Tet McMillan over Garrett Wilson, given the matchups that you have with Wilson having to play the Broncos and Tet getting to play the Cowboys. Now, dark unit, between Caleb and Daniel Jones, it's close. I think you may go Daniel Jones here. Like, the Colts project to be one of the highest scoring offenses in the league, but I feel like I could go back and forth with that. Then at running back, Breece Hall is the auto start. Wide receiver, you're playing, I guess. Are these really your options? You got a gross team, my friend. Throw Chase Brown in the flex. But yeah, we are not feeling hot about that. Okay. Now, Bori here for the flex. We have Haskins versus Kendrick Bourne. It's a full PPR format. I probably play Kendrick Bourne. My expectations are that Hassan Haskins is the lead RB in Chicago. I'm sorry, not Chicago, in Los Angeles. But at the same time, I'll say that, one, he's not particularly a great running back. He's not going to be a great receiving back either. So, if I had to bet on somebody, it would be Haskins, but we wouldn't be super excited to make that bet. Okay. Now, Yonder, here at running back, play Travis Etienne. Wide receiver, we play Worthy. And then in the flex, I'm going to go Waddle. Obviously, Bill Krosky-Merritt is looking more exciting now than he did previously. But it's still tough for me to go through and say that you're going to be playing him over the guys that we know what their roles look like, such as Waddle and Worthy and Travis Etienne. But he is getting there. Don't get me wrong. Okay. Now, Smokey, here we need 2 running backs. We got CMC, Michael Carter as the plays. Wide receiver, Igbuka, Ladd, Metcalf in the flex. I think, again, you bump Ladd with no Quentin Johnston. Now, M. Bruffy says, hey, Mason, forward one because of you. Thanks for all you do. Been watching since 2022. Keep up the work. Appreciate you, my guy. And running back, we're going to start Taylor, Michael Carter, and I'll be honest, you're not 4-1 because of me. You're 4-1 because of Jonathan Taylor. Wide receiver, we have Puka Nacua. Yeah, Puka Nacua, Stephon Diggs. Tight end, we are going to go Mason Taylor. And then they're in the flex. You probably play Kendrick Bourne. Like, Jennings is good to go, so it's not like Kendrick Bourne is super, super exciting. But at least you have no Pierce Hall. Now, Smokey says, I have Jake Tongs for my tight end. Thank you, Rock Mason. Appreciate you, my friend. Running back, we go JCM as well as Achane. Wide receiver, it's Puka Nacua and Pickens. Tight ends, I would maybe rather play Zach Ertz, to be honest. And then for the flexes, we go, I don't know if you already played Devonta Smith. If you didn't, you would play Hollywood or Romeo Doubs. If you did, you would put in Smith over Hollywood. And I'm sorry, over Hollywood, and you'd play Doubs. Okay, so Ebus says, hey, Mason, any advice would be helpful for a start sit? Appreciate you, my friend. A running back, we're going to play Hassan Haskins. Wide receiver, we will go with Jacoby and Marv. And then for the flex, actually, did I really put in Haskins? I'm an idiot. You put in Chase Brown. What am I doing? For the flex, I'm going to go with Jameson Williams. Y'all know I'm not the biggest Jameson guy. I would love to come out here and say like, oh, I told y'all Jameson Williams is a bump. The reality is Jameson Williams is the same guy that he always is. He's going to give you a lot of bad weeks. You're still going to get some of these big time spikes. They just haven't happened up until this point. But there's a shot that it finally comes this week for JMO in a game that has an over-under of like 52.5 points, where the Lions probably are going to be forced to throw the ball here. Okay. Now, Bisting coming through. We need a second tight. I don't know if we actually filled this out correct. Are you asking, do we want to start Zach Ertz or Harold Fannin? I'd probably go ahead and I'd probably play Zach Ertz. You have no Terry. Deebo Samuel's banged up. Offense projects score a decent amount of points with Jaden Daniels under center. So, if that's the question, I go Ertz. Now, B-Master, quarterback, give me Fields over May. Running back, we will take ETN with the guaranteed volume. Wide receiver, it looks like, I guess, we didn't play Devonta Smith on Thursday night. Seems like Hollywood's going to miss. Nico's on bye. Reed's going to miss. Quentin Johnson's going to miss. You're going to have to play Hollywood. Tight end, Hunter Henry, Darren Waller. I'm an idiot, so I'd probably play Henry. And then in the flex, I think you play Ja'Cory Cross-Kamara. Let's refresh this, see if we have any more questions. Come on. You can refresh website. I believe in you. You got this. All right, here we go. Ebus, I can't see any trade. I can't see any information here, my friend. I'll send you over a free trade question voucher in case you have anything else. I mean, in case you have a hat. I'm sorry, in case you have a trade that you want to send me. I just sent you over that free start set. I'm sorry, that free trade. I can't speak. Andre Gaming for the flex. We'll play Michael Carter here. Again, not that excited with Carter, especially now that this offense is going to be worse, considering that you're dealing with no Kyler. But Michael Carter clearly proved last week that he is going to be the lead back here. Now, Jay Gonzalez for the flex. We have no Nico, so it's going to be Jameson Williams and Jalen Warren. Hassan Haskins is my bet to be the lead running back in Los Angeles. But realistically, it's no guarantee whatsoever. Like, I can't sit here and say, like, we know it's going to happen. Now, Clay V. Running back, we have JCM, Rashad White. Wide receiver, JSN, Ladd McConkey. And then in the flex, I'll probably take Ryan Thomas. Hopefully we did not already play Devonta Smith. Okay. Now let me send out some more free questions in the chat. Again, All you got to do to get those free questions, stupid simple, will be drop a like on the live stream to qualify. And then also drop your flockfantasy.com username in the live chats. That way, if you win, I know who to send them over to. And then obviously, if you ever wanted to get free questions guaranteed, you could do so by taking advantage of the offer on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you'll get the best offer that they've had in the 5 years I've been working with them, which is you play $5 and you get $100 added to your accounts. And on top of that, you'll get a Cam Ward gimme pick, higher, lower, half a total yard as well. And you'll get free questions that you can ask in these live streams. And I'm going to be live streaming every single day until Christmas, answering your fantasy football questions. But let's move this over and let's pick out some free questions. We got J-Dub. And yeah, you can find the link to Underdog Fantasy in the description and the live chat. Like I said, they've been the only sponsor of this channel for 5 years. And we've actually been getting more people signing up with code FLOCK over the past 2 weeks than I've seen in literally forever. And the reason for that is that $100 offer is like by far and away better than anything they've ever done. But just sent you over a free start sit question, J-Dub. Let's send another one over to Damian King. God, I'm sorry, but what was this YouTuber's name? Who y'all can see this profile pic. What was this YouTuber's name? I was telling my fiance about this guy. Gideon, right? Let me see. He like retired from YouTube, right? He had some of the funniest videos ever made. Let me see if I can find him. Gideon. No, he's still making videos. Looks like maybe on his main account he retired. But he has a separate account, it looks like. Yeah, he's a separate account where he makes videos all the time. Looks like he makes like catch a predator videos now. He used to make the funniest videos though. Yeah. Eater says he does a pred catching now. Yeah, I saw that he had done like some of that years ago. I haven't seen him in years, but his prank videos used to be hilarious. Anyway, Cuz says, I had QJ. Do I put in Ladd or Sutton? I would still go with Sutton over Ladd. And then Debo or Henry. Realistically, you can play Ladd there instead. I probably wouldn't roll the dice on Debo Samuel Monday night. I think you just play it safe. You play Ladd McConkey. Now, the notorious one, running back, Derrick Henry will be the play over Montgomery pretty easily. And then we'll go with Stephon Diggs there in the flex in a full PPR format. Now, Reg Randolph says, I'm deciding between Carter, Montgomery, Flowers. It would be Michael Carter for me. Quarterback, usually it's Lamar, but this week you're going to go with Bryce Young. A good matchup against Dallas. Running back, you go with Barkley and Michael Carter. Wide receiver, you go Tet, Waddle. Tight end, you play Jawan. And then in the flex between Montgomery and Flowers, a couple different reasons I'm going to go Montgomery here. One being you go through and you look at what we have with freaking the Lamar injury making this offense significantly worse. Not only is this offense significantly worse, but at the same time, you're all of a sudden in an even worse spot that with his shoulder injury, they're saying that he's not going to play a full allotment of snaps. And what that kind of tells me is, hey, once the Rams are up by multiple touchdowns and this game's out of hand, he's just not going to play. So I would just go ahead. I would just play it safe and play Montgomery. Okay. Now let's move this over to our next question. This is from Billy D. For the flex, you probably go Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt if Chris Rodriguez is trending towards not playing. Or it does just look more and more likely every day that he is going to be leading this backfield. It's a game in which the Commanders are pretty heavily favored, while at the same time, like, the projections are extremely strong. The only other guy that I would potentially look at here would actually be Jacoby Myers, where I still want to say, like, oh, we're excited about Myers under the context that you have no Brock Bowers in this offense. But that's what I said last week, and every single time I've ever told you to go through and play Myers, we've just been screwed over it. So I think we just kind of eventually have to throw in the towel and admit that Jacoby Myers isn't that interesting. Now, Penguin Decay. You're going to play Jordan Love versus Daniel Jones is tough. If it's a 6-point passing touchdown format, give me Love. If it's a 4-point passing touchdown league, give me Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones, you're more likely to get the rushing touchdown from. But obviously, we can say that the Packers are projected to score the most points in the league this week. Running back, we're going to go with the combo of Kyron and Rachaad White. Wide receiver, we'll go with Chase and Keenan. And then I wish we would have played Judkins there in the flex. But Keenan looks very exciting if Quentin Johnston's going to miss. Okay. Now, Sadie with our next one. Here for the flex spots, you play Alvin Kamara and Tat McMillan. Now, Kyle says Wilson against PS2 or Brian Thomas Jr. with the Seattle cornerbacks banged up. I would still go ahead and play Garrett Wilson in the tough matchup in Europe. Now, don't get me wrong. I completely understand you wanting to make the pivot because realistically, you actually are in a spot where Brian Thomas Jr. projects higher than Wilson. It's just so tough where we have seen Garrett Wilson have 4 games this season where he's scored more points than Brian Thomas Jr.'s best game this year. Like Garrett Wilson's second to worst game this year, he scored 19 points. Brian Thomas' best game this season, he scored 12. So like the projections say like Brian Thomas is actually a better name given matchup, but I'm going to have a tough time with it. Now, Slasher O says, told I overvalue Nico, can't get an even trade. What's the bare minimum running back that you would look to move? Okay, so let me pull up my rankings real quick, and I'll get this going. Warm says, excited about Jets versus Packers in 15 minutes. I'm excited about the game in 15 minutes, but it's not the Jets and Packers, my friend. Let me go ahead and pull up my rankings real quick. I will show you the tier of running backs that I have with Nico Collins. I have Nico Collins in the same tier of RBs as Breece Hall, Ashton Jeanty, Bucky Irving, and Quinshon Judkins. So the running backs I would be willing to trade Nico for would be Judkins, Bucky, Jeanty, Breece, Kyron, Barkley, Jacobs, Cook, Achane, then obviously the elite guys. Okay. Let's move this over to our next question. This is Eba says, hey Mason, do I wait to hear if Debo starts or pick up another wide receiver or just roll with Kamara? Well, here you're going to play Kamara at running back too, kind of regardless. And then for... no, you plan on going with Debo Samuel because you have the last minute pivot of DJ Moore. So play Debo Samuel here. If he's ruled out before the Chargers game, then you can pivot to Keenan Allen. But if he's not ruled out, then in that case, you just go ahead. You plan on going with Debo. And then if need be, tomorrow night we can pivot over to DJ Moore, who's obviously in the same game here. Okay. Now here for Aiden, we need a flex. I think you just kind of easily play Michael Carter now that you have no Quentin Johnston. Now, Chance says, a guy I'm going against is 0-5 and would hate to lose. Well, we would love to win. We'll take Patrick Mahomes in at quarterback. Wide receiver, you have no Jefferson, so it's easily Waddle. And then for the flex, it's a super easy call. You just play Travis Etienne. Now, TX11, tight end, we're going to go with Hunter Henry over Harold Fannin. And then Rico Dowdle and Breece, both are players that I really want to start. Full PPR format, you probably go Breece Hall, but it's crazy that you have to bench one of those names. Average Joe, running back, we have Jeanty in a great matchup. We have Breece with the workload. Wide receiver, we go London, and this is also a crazy team. You have to bench Judkins and White so we can play Rome. But man, go through and trade Quinshon Judkins and get yourself an elite tight end if your team's that strong. Okay, let's go ahead and move over to our next question. Looks like the site's not wanting to cooperate, so let me log out, log back in, and then we will get more questions going. And the game's about to start in like 15 minutes. I will be watching the game myself on my phone as we do this live stream, so I'll be commentating over it. And typically, a lot of people leave us once the game does start, so if you stick around, there's a really good shot that you just get your question answered for free. And let's pull this back up. And we already talked about the Amari and Hampton news. So let's pull this back over. But let me answer a couple of these questions up until kickoff. And once kickoff happens, then we'll go through and we'll send out a bunch of free questions in the live chat. Hampton news is he could be missing more than 4 games, which will be the the expectation is he's going to miss more than 4 games. Yeah, it's a crazy good team for Average Joe. Now, here for Lance, you play Fields over Bo Nix. For the flex, we're just going to play Kenneth Walker and hate ourselves for it. Now, Spagar, we need a flex between Sterling Shepard, Josh Downs, K. Dot, and I'd probably go Sterling Shepard now that Godwin's been ruled out. Okay. Bodie says 5-0, first time playing fantasy. It's Dynasty 2. What do we do? I appreciate you and congrats, my guy. You put Garrett Wilson in at wide receiver. And then for the flexes, you can play Michael Carter. And then no wide receivers here are really interesting, maybe outside of Romeo Doubs. So I think you just go Jalen Moore. And expectations are that Jalen Moore comes back and he is the starting RB for Pittsburgh. He's completely removed from the injury report. Don't get me wrong, I am concerned about the Kenneth Gainwell usage. Young Beast, wide receiver, we're going to play Adams, Wilson. Tight end, you go Kelsey. And then for the flex, we play Travis Etienne over Stephon Diggs. Now, Nico, here quarterback, give me Daniel Jones over Purdy. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Tet and Jamar Chase over Sutton. Great team. Mediocre outcast, quarterback, give me Jared Goff. Running back, we'll go with the combo of Rachaad White. Actually, we're not going to be able to play a running back in the flex because you're going to have to play London and Rome in the flex. It's a great team as well. King Phil for your flex spot, full PPR format. Sutton, Ladd, ETN. I probably go with Sutton, but they are relatively close now that Quentin Johnson has been ruled out. I'm sorry, he hasn't been ruled out officially. I can double check that, but looks like he is trending towards being out. Now, our next one is Justin Herbert, wide receiver. We're going to go ahead. We will play Egbuka here as the auto start. Tight ends, Mason Taylor versus Harold Fannin. I'd probably go Mason Taylor. Flex, give me Rico Dowdle and Drake London. Let me see if we have any official word with Quentin Johnston yet. No, we don't have it yet. Okay. Now, dazed with our next one. Running back, we're going to take Rachaad White here with no Bucky Irving as the auto start, and then we'll take Tet McMillan in the flex and a great matchup against Dallas. Mason, White, Jetty on here. Tight end, we're going to go with Tucker Kraft. And then for the flex, we'll play Rico Dowdle. Pretty easily. I mean, I don't want to say easily. You have Rachaad White as a compelling name, but both White and Dowdle are very interesting. Okay. Papa Hash says, Mason, can we get a computer/office tour? I'll be honest with you, Chief. If I flip this camera around to show you this little tiny office, I will be embarrassed for y'all to see how messy this thing is. We have so much crap thrown in this office that I can't give y'all the tour right now. Y'all see cockroaches running up the walls. You'll see a little rat skewering over. It'll be too bad. Mark here, running back, Breece Hall, auto start. And then I'd probably play Rachaad White over Xavier Worthy and Brian Thomas. Again, with Rachaad White, not only do you have the guaranteed workload as a rusher, but also the targets out of the backfield. Profit's profit. We're going to play Rachaad White for the reason we just said. Wide receiver, plan is Deebo Samuel and Tetaroa McMillan. And then for the flex, we will go with Michael Carter versus Kamara is tough. I'd probably still take Kamara ahead of him. Actually, at PBR format, you can go Carter. Okay. Cole says, just signed up for Underdog using code FLOCK and place the $5 entry. Thank you, my friend. You should get your free questions attached to your accounts tomorrow morning. So how it works is every day at 8:30 a.m. Central, Underdog Fantasy sends me an email of a CSV file with all the email addresses that signed up to Underdog Fantasy using promo code FLOCK the day prior. And actually, I just checked my email, and they apparently send that out at 8 a.m., not 8:30 a.m. Then I go through and I download that CSV. I upload it to flockfantasy.com. And then everybody that has an email address matching, so if you have an email address on flockfantasy.com with the same email address that you used for Underdog Fantasy with code FLOCK, you'll get the free questions attached to that account. So I will actually go through and real quick download that CSV of all the email addresses that use code FLOCK on Underdog yesterday and upload that on the site for everybody who used code FLOCK. Let me see. Download that CSV. I'm not going to show you all the CSV because it has emails on it. And then that CSV comes with like, I'm just kind of stalling here. The CSV comes with like additional information like username on Underdog, the date that they signed up. So I actually have to open that CSV, copy the column that is just the email addresses, then go over to Google Sheets, put that in a sheet, then download a different CSV, and then upload that different CSV that only has the email addresses to the sites. So download, just got that new CSV. Now we can go ahead and open up flockfantasy.com. We can go over to upload the CSV and apply the start sit and trade question vouchers. So just sent over those free question vouchers. So if you use code FLOCK on Underdog yesterday and made at least a $10 deposit, you should have your free questions on your account now. And also, it's not too late, of course, if y'all wanted to take advantage of that offer on Underdog Fantasy. We are going through and live streaming, answering fantasy football questions literally every single day until Christmas. If you want to, we're sending out a bunch of free questions in the live chat every day, especially while the game's happening. We're going to be sending out a ton because we're not going to have that many questions on the site anyway. So, but if you wanted to get guaranteed free questions, you'd always take advantage of the offer on Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, they're actually doing the best promo that I've ever seen them do in the 5 years I've been working with them, which is you play $5 and you get $100 added to your account. And on top of that, you'll get a free Cam Ward gimme pick, higher, lower, half a total yard for the game today. And you'll get free questions for the live streams that we're doing every single day as well. Underdog Fantasy is available in almost every single state. And you can find that link in the live chat as well as the description. Okay. Raced says, can't decide a quarterback. I go I go Jordan Love over Bo Nix. Wide receiver, you play Devontae Adams. If you needed a second wide receiver, you play Garrett Wilson. Tight end, you play Mason Taylor. And then the flex, you play Rashad White. I don't know if you needed 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and a flex. If so, you go Rashad White at RB2. You go Devontae Adams, Garrett Wilson at wide receiver 2, and then you play Brian Thomas in your flex. Now, bobbleheads, quarterback, we're going to go Justin Herbert. Actually, no, I'm going to pivot over to Drake May that Quentin Johnston's not going to play. Tight end, give me Mason Taylor over Mark Andrews. And then for the flex, no Mooney, no Lamb, no Hampton, so we'll play Zach Charbonnet. Now, Joey, running back, Javonte over Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt easily. Wide receiver, you'll take Rome as well as Worthy. And then I'm going to play Waddle there in the flex spot. JCM is a running back with a ton of upside. Don't get me wrong, but I'll say the same thing we did with Woody Marks last week. You can't afford to wait a week and just end up seeing what happens here. Okay. Now, Aiden with our next one. For the flex, we will take Rico Dowdle over Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt easily. Rico Dowdle in this matchup's an auto start. Now, Tay, running back, Dowdle, and Javonte are both auto starts. Put them in at running back in the flex. And then for wide receiver, you play Tet McMillan in a really good matchup against Dallas. Now, Ghost, running back, I'll go with Rashad White over Judkins and Etienne. Wide receiver, you play Sutton and Worthy. Tight end, you play Laporta. For the flex, if you wanted to go Keenan Allen with no Quentin Johnston, I wouldn't fault you for it at all. I still probably play Quinshon Judkins myself, though, but Keenan is viable now. Lubby Long, wide receiver. Plan is Deebo Samuel, DK Metcalf. Flex, you have a garbage options. You have Flowers, and then after that, you may end up having to freaking flex Evan Ingram. Who else could I tell you to go with? We have no McMillan. We have no Jalen McMillan. We have no Braylon Allen. We have no Ayuk. We have no Terry McLaurin. I'd go Tyquan Thornton, I guess. I don't want to play Rashad Bateman with no Lamar. I'd probably play Evan Ingram. As crappy as it sounds. Now, Iceberg won a bag. Running back, Bijan, James Cook, auto starts. Wide receiver, Worthy, Debo. And then in the flexes, you have the great running backs we can play. We're going to go with Rachaad White and Rico Dowdle. I do feel good about playing them over Judkins, to be honest. Now, Ebuzz says, hey, Mason, would this offer hurt or help my team? Pearsall to Diggs, upgrade. Henderson to Warren, downgrade. Hunter Henry, I'm assuming it's a who cares situation. Yeah, who cares? We have McBride. You don't need a running back to play in the short term. Wide receiver. You don't need someone to play in the short term. I think this is going to be a personal preference type deal. For me, I still view, and I have Stephon Diggs on my team, but I do view Trevion Henderson probably as the best player in this trade. But I wouldn't fault you at all if you wanted to go through and make this. Now, Savior with our next start set. Running back, we'll take Ramondre over Haskins. Wide receiver, give me Brian Thomas. Tight end, give me Andrews. And then in the flex, I'll probably take Kendrick Bourne. They're saying Flowers isn't going to play the full allotment of snaps. Ambi Cole says he wants Darnold with CMC, but this is 10-team start 9, but reality it's like a start 8 because it's a super flex. Wide receiver, we have Rome, Rice, London, Evans, so we're fine at wide receivers. Here's the thing, man. This is a 12-team format. Maybe we go ahead and maybe we make this play. 10-team league. I know it's crazy. I understand Egbuka has been a phenomenal option. But I think I go ahead. I think we roll with CMC. I think we go with CMC. But the game is on. I will be commentating over it. And it looks like we are pretty much all caught up on the questions. So we'll be able to send out a bunch of free questions in the live chat. But actually, we got to answer these real quick. And then we'll send out those free questions. So YouTube CEO says, which running back should I play? Also, should I pick up a tight end before the 12 o'clock games or play Ertz? You play Dowdle and Michael Carter running back. And at tight ends, I would plan on Kincaid. And if Kincaid doesn't play, we can pick up Zach Ertz Monday night. Now, Negatron, wide receiver, we're going to go ahead. We're going to auto start London and Tet. Tight end, we go Tyler Warren. And then for the flex, I'd go Judkins. But if you played Sutton, I wouldn't fault you for it. Now, Rats get cheese. Running back, we're going to go with Genty and Chase Brown. Wide receiver, we're going to go JSN Tet. Tight end, give me Tyler Warren. And then the flex, I'm going to go with Jacoby Myers in a full PPR format with no Bowers. But obviously, I've been wrong with this over and over and over again. Now, burner account, running back, we play Genty and Achane. Wide receiver, we go Egbuka, Pickens. Tight end, Ferg. And then in the flex, you have Tet McMillan. In your last flex spot, I probably go with Matthew Golden. You have no Marks, no Jones, no Nico. So it's like Matthew Golden or Vidal. I think you could get the big play. Again, the Packers project score more points than any team in the league this week. Easy X, we have Stafford in at our second quarterback spot. Running back, we have Kamara. Wide receiver, we have Shakir. And then for the flex, not the best. I'd probably go Gainwell here and hope that Gainwell has a small chance of being the starting running back in Pittsburgh. It's probably not going to happen. But y'all can tell that we are all caught up with questions. So we're going to be able to send out a bunch of free questions in the live chat. Just let me, before we send out all those free questions, run over to the bathroom real quick. And I'll be back in 1 second. And freaking the Broncos fumbled Troy Franklin. The Jets have the ball. In this game, I am fading Breece Hall. I have to play against Breece, which I'm terrified for. God, Troy Franklin. God. So the Jets getting ball in their territory, it's horrible for me because obviously it looks like Breece realistically could score a TD here. Why the hell is Breece Hall not in the game? I mean, great for me again. I'm playing against him, but Breece Hall gets one carry and then it immediately is taken out. But yeah, perfect. Broncos stop him. Field goal. Good for me. But let me send out some free questions in the chat. Again, we're going to send out a ton of free questions. Typically, when there's a game going on Sunday, not many people hang out with us in the stream, so we're able to answer just a ton of free ones. So if you haven't already, go down there, drop a like on the stream to qualify to enter, and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat, and then we'll go ahead and we will send those free questions out to y'all. Now, of course, if you wanted to get guaranteed free questions, you'd always do so by taking advantage of the offer on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get the best offer they've had in 5 years, which is $100 added to your account after you play your first 5. And on top of that, you get a free Cam Ward pick, higher, lower, half a total yard for today's game. And you'll get free questions that you can ask in these live streams that I'm going to be live streaming every single day until Christmas. So you have plenty of opportunities to get those free questions in. But let me send this free question out to Daughtry. Appreciate you always hanging out with us in the chat, my friends. Daughtry. I cannot find you. I don't know if you use code FLOCK when you sign up to the site, but if you didn't, you can add it to your account page. That way, next time if you win, I can actually find you. Let's send this over to Mr. Trog. Mr. Trog, just found you. Just sent you over a free start set question. Appreciate you hanging out with us in this stream. And let's send this other one out to Papa Foxy. Okay. And realistically, the fact that Breece Hall's taken out of the game after his first carry. Maybe I'm reading into this, and obviously it's way too early for me to know, but it is interesting. Like, does it mean they're looking to ship off Breece and they're just going to try to keep him healthy in this game? 0-5 team. We've had a lot of smoke of the Chargers possibly trading for a running back. The Chiefs possibly trading for an RB. Let's go ahead and let's dive into our next team here. This is Lance Wilson says, what moves do I need to make? 2-3, looking like 2-4 after Scat dropped 30 on my head. Is Lamb even worth moving at this point? And if so, what for? This is my first year struggling since joining the flock. We've been 4 in one of my leagues. Thanks for all the help, Mason. You're the GOAT. Appreciate you, my friend. I'll say we just got the report that CeeDee Lamb is probably going to be coming back in week 7. So realistically, I don't know if we could say like, oh yeah, let's go through and let's sell Lamb. I think you're actually kind of fine holding on to this as is. Now, quarterback, we are currently sitting with Justin Fields and Bo Nix. So we can just play the matchups between these two quarterbacks weekly. So I think we are fine chilling with this as is. Now, going over to running back, we have Josh Jacobs. We have Quinshon Judkins. We have Kenneth Walker. So we have 2 locked and loaded RBs that we can play every week. We have the long-term upside of RJ Harvey. Zach Charbonnet could turn into a league winner at any point if we get an injury to Kenneth Walker. Like, the thing that sucks is with us having both Kenneth Walker and Charbonnet, you just kind of hope that something changes. Whether it's an injury to the backfield, whether it's a trade, but one of these guys goes down, the other one turns into a league winner. If both are fully healthy, they just eat into each other, and neither are that exciting. Going over and looking at what we have with wide receivers. We have CeeDee Lamb, Drake London, Tedero McMillan, and then Jamison Williams, wide receiver 4. And then we have the elite tight end with Jake Ferguson here. So I actually really like your team a lot. I would say that waiver wire moves don't really make much sense unless this week we do see Hassan Haskins just very clearly lead the backfield in Los Angeles. Then at that point, I would possibly cut Vidal for Mixon coming out of the Texans week 6 bye, but I think you leave this as is. And man, I'm going to be honest with you, but I actually really like your team, and I don't think we'd look to do anything with it. Once CeeDee Lamb is back, and like if you were to get an RJRV breakout, then at that point, it could be very interesting for us to go through and trade like Kenneth Walker with Justin Fields, go try to get an upgrade at QB. But for in terms of right now, right this second, I think you're rolling with this as is. I don't think you're guaranteed to lose this game and fall to 2-4 regardless. And even if you do, you're still in it. 2-4 is a hell of a lot better than 1-5. There's a significant difference, especially once we get CeeDee Lamb back in. But I really appreciate you. Really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock, my guy. But let's move this over to our next question. This is from Dame. It says, hello, this is my first fantasy football league. I originally traded away Kenneth and Sharp before the first Sharp injury for Tet and traded away DK and Waddle after the Tyreek injury for Henry. Got unlucky my last 2 weeks, I think. What are your thoughts overall? Thanks for all the content. Really appreciate you. And I'll say overall, according to the league analyzer, especially, I really like that first trade that we made. We have the best team in this league. We are sitting at 3-2. We've scored the most points. We've scored the most points by far in this league. So you are a very unlucky 3-2 team. Like realistically, this team potentially should be instead 4-1. This team should be 5-0. We have it as a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So if it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I mean, quarterback going to make up a really high percentage of our starting lineup output weekly. So I really like us having Josh Allen here. We have Drake May as well. I mean, if we could sell Drake May in a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade elsewhere, we would, but it's much easier said than done considering the fact that like it's a 10-team format. Not many teams are going to need help at quarterback. Running back, we have Achane, Derrick Henry. Obviously, Derrick Henry not the best in the short term with the Lamar injury, but in the long term when Lamar is back, we'll be fine. We have ETN, Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt as quality depth pieces. We even have Woody Marks down there on the bench. We even have Miller, Byshell, Tootin as the eye upside pieces, trying to find the next Rashad White, trying to find the next Rico Dowdle. Wide receiver, we have Puka, Rome, Tet. Tight end, we have Kittle and I love your team. The only thing I'd say with this team is once we get George Kittle back, then at that point, it would be interesting selling either Kittle or Tucker Kraft in a 2-for-1 deal with the running back like Travis Etienne to see if we can go and get a significant upgrade at RB. But there's not much else that we would be looking at with this roster. Yeah, by far and away the best team in your league value-wise, by far and away the best team in your league points-wise. You're unlucky to be 3-2. Obviously, we should be thinking a little bit more long-term here. Like if you could flip Teteroa McMillan and get to like CeeDee Lamb because we can't afford to think for the long term, I think that'd be nice. But I think realistically, the trade that's going to make a lot of sense is if we could go through and if we could try to send away one of the tight ends once Kittle is healthy with a running back like ETN or Bill Krosky-Merritt and get an upgrade at RB. But I really appreciate you. And honestly, great team. There's not much that you want to be doing here. Now let's check this out for Alex Torres. This is a Dynasty team. We are Los Straw Hats. So we are the second team in terms of value. We've scored 803 points. So we're the second team in terms of points for. So I'm assuming that this is a team that should be looking to contend this season. However, with that in mind, you're in a spot where like you're 2-3. So we've actually kind of been unlucky up until this point. It's a one quarterback format. So QB is not going to be the most important position, but we do have the combo of Justin Herbert and Jackson Dart. And they just made a 57-yard field goal. Dear God. Congrats if you add the Broncos kicker. But looking at running back, you have Henderson, Scat, Woody, Marks. So realistically, 3 rookies should get better as time goes on. Cam Skattebo looking startable in the short term here for you. I still like Trevion Henderson in the long term. Javonte Williams as somebody that we can confidently start this season. Wide receiver, we have the 2 anchors with Puka, Jamar Chase. It's not a super deep league here. We have Ladd, Waddle as quality flex options. David Njoku at tight end. So honestly, I like your team. I would still continue to go through. I'd still continue to try to win this season. Like I think you're good enough to be a contending team, even if we are an unlucky 2-3. Realistically, trade-wise, it possibly would be nice to get an improvement at tight end. We have had some David Njoku trade rumors. If Njoku goes to a horrible spot and all of a sudden he's not startable, you have the additional rookie picks where we could go through and we could backfill with our future rookie picks. So I would just hold on to this team as is. Assess where we're at in 2 weeks. If you feel like you're underwhelming at a particular position, then at that point, those rookie picks are expendable. I wouldn't look to sell our first, but I think you could make a minor trade selling a second and a third to backfill either a tight end, or maybe if like Cam Skattebo gets injured and then all of a sudden Trevion Henderson still hasn't broken out and you need a better running back. But it's not something that we need to do right now because, again, you have Skattebo and you have Javonte Williams as the startable pieces. So there's no like hurry for us to go through and for us to make this pivot. But I appreciate you. I wish I had a move for you to make on this team right now, but I just simply don't think that there is one. If we were looking at the waiver wire options, maybe you consider picking up Tank Bigsby in case you get a Barkley injury. Maybe you cut Keandre Lambert. You pick up Cedric Tillman. I would cut Pat Frymuth possibly for Elijah Arroyo. But yeah, I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here, my friend. Okay. But yeah, thank you again. Now let's move this over to David Hill. Says, I feel like I should make a trade. Not sure what it is. Maybe for a running back upgrade. Mostly seeing people want Rice, and I don't want to move him. Would it necessary? But I'm 3-2. Yeah, man. If you're 3-2, you get Rashee Rice back next week. Like, what's the point of us holding on to Rashee Rice to all of a sudden trade him the week before he comes back? If you were 1-5, I mean 1-4, I'd get it. 0-5, I would get it, but not if you're 3-2. Thank you, Mason. Love watching the vids. New to paying on the site. Also, I love Drake May. Well, I really appreciate you, and I'm excited to check this out for you, my friend. Now, you think darkness is your ally. At first, I couldn't read, and it looked like just a bunch of jumbled letters. We are currently 3-2. We are 9th in this league in points scored. So we're kind of like a mid-team so far. It's a one quarterback format. So the number one thing I got to say is you have to drop a QB. 100%. There is no explanation for us rostering 4 quarterbacks and only 3 running backs. So if we are looking at what we have when it comes to QB, like I understand Burrow gets injured. Maybe he goes through. Maybe he is on our IR, so he's not really taking up a roster spot. Then you have the Lamar Jackson injury, so you need to fill in for this week. So my thing is, you have to pick, who do you want? Do you want CJ Stroud in your lineup this week, or do you want Bryce Young? Not going to fault you whatsoever if you want Bryce Young in a really good matchup here. But if that's the case, you drop CJ Stroud. And you go ahead and you pick up somebody like Tyler Algier, where if an injury were to occur to Bijan, he could turn into a league-winning option. Now, going to running back, we have Kyron, we have DeAndre Swift, and we have J.K. Dobbins. So we have 3 viable RBs, but again, I would really prefer us going ahead and us rostering more depth running backs that are an injury away from making a massive difference. Another field goal for the Jets here. How many points is Brees up to at this point? Let me see. Oh, and I didn't even realize that. What the hell? Maybe I'm an idiot. So I didn't play with defenses in fantasy football from the year 2014 through 2022-ish. So I've gone a long time without playing against DSTs. But obviously you're playing against defenses now. And I'm playing against the Denver defense, and they have half a point for half a sack. But yeah, Brees Hall is 0.4 points. What the hell is happening with Brees? 3 carries for 4 yards so far. We've seen Breece Hall not playing a ton of snaps. So this is what I'm saying. How does the Denver Broncos defense have half a sack? Who has the other? Who has the other? Are they giving the Broncos half a sack and then Justin Fields half a sack? Looks like Dev Team's about to win their matchup too. Yeah, but if I can fade Breece, if they really put the brakes on Breece Hall this game, like obviously I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. You take it 1 week at a time, but looks like I'm going to win this week, move to 5-1, and then I play the 2 worst teams in the league in week 7 and 8. So I have a very clear path to 7-1 right now, which I'm excited for. Now, running back, this team, like I said, you're fine at the top, but I would like to build out depth. And you're 3-2. So when we get Rashee Rice back, you're chilling at wide receiver. And then we have Tucker Kraft at tight end. So the only thing that I would say with your team, you don't need to make a trade. You need to change the construction of your bench. You simply cut Bryce Young or CJ. Like if Burrow's not on your IR, if he's actually on your roster, you would cut Joe Burrow as well. And you would pick up a player like Alec Ayomanor. But I would cut either Bryce Young or CJ Stroud, whoever's on your bench this week. Pick up Tyler Algier. And then I think that's really just the main thing that we are looking to do here. But I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. Okay. Now, the Ladster says week 11 is going to be a movie. It will be. Danny, let me see how your team's doing right now. You are needing to win, needing to beat the young bug. Which Garrett Wilson, 0 fantasy points. Not doing too shabby. Okay. And Tired Drive with our next one says, just looking for a quick team review. Any feedback on my roster, potential trade targets, or areas you think we should improve? Thanks, man. Happy late birthday. Appreciate you, my friend. I'll say first thing is we're 4-1 with this team. While at the same time, we have the most points in this league, and we have the most valuable team according to the league analyzer. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So the wide receiver depth, not going to matter too much here. Quarterback, we have Caleb Williams. So I realistically would like to have an upgrade here at quarterback in a format like this. And we do have plenty of depth at the skill position. So I think eventually the play that you're going to make is you're going to trade for an elite QB. Like when your team's this loaded, that's what we want to do. But you can't do it right now. And the reason you can't do it right now is because as of week 6, you are dealing with Bucky Irving missing, Chuba Hubbard missing, Quentin Johnston possibly missing, and then Ricky Pearsall missing, and then Nico Collins on bye. So while we have a lot of depth here in the long term, while these players eventually coming back healthy are really going to help us out, in the short term here, like, you just need to hold on to the skill positional depth so we have people to put into the lineup. Like, we're realistically starting this week, James Cook, Quinshon Judkins, Rashad White at running back in the flexes. Then wide receiver, you have like Puka Nacua, and we have no Nico, we have no Quentin Johnson, we have no Pearsall, so you're starting like Travis Hunter as your wide receiver too. So I think you don't do anything with this team right now, but I think eventually what you're wanting to do is you're wanting to trade for an upgrade at QB, and that trade's going to come by us sending away like Quinshon Judkins and Caleb Williams to get a top tier quarterback. But you're going to need to have the wide receivers back. You're going to need to have the running backs back because, again, you make that trade right now, you put yourself in a really bad spot, which it doesn't really matter what happens in the short term here because we're 4-1. But it's not like Caleb Williams is a horrible quarterback, right? Like, we can get by with Caleb. So for me, I'm not the biggest Jalen Coker guy. I just think that the offense is so bad. And if Tedero McMillan's seeing a third of this team's targets and he's still not producing, I don't see the upside for Jalen Coker to be the guy that is able to. So I would probably go ahead. I personally would probably drop Jalen Coker in favor of like Alec Gale-Mann or Jerry Jeudy, but that's just a personal preference, and I'd be completely fine if you wanted to hold on to this as is. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. And again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock, but you have a great team. There's not much to discuss. Now let's move this over to McLovin. Says I'm 4-1 to start this season. But I'm worried about my running back room going forward. Any help is appreciated. Thanks. Thank you, my friend. We are the second team in this league analyzer in value. We're 4-1. We're second in this league in points scored as well. Funny enough, the team in your league that scored the most points is actually sitting at 2-3. God, the Broncos do not look good. Bo Nix is really pulling a CJ Stroud this season. Regressing in year 2. But looking at what we have when it comes to the league settings, it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. So realistically, like the wide receiver depth, not super important here. I would say I personally am going to be cutting Dermicado and picking up Miller on the off chance that you end up getting an Alvin Kamara injury, but Miller is expanding his role in this offense regardless. Like you can look back every single week this year, he has been playing more snaps. They go for it on 4th. They get it. Hit Evan Ingram. But like you go from 15% of the snaps to 27% to 31% to 38%. And obviously, it would make a lot of sense if they were to trade Kamara. I know they said that they're not doing it, but realistically, that's what you would kind of want to put out there to have some leverage if teams needed to trade for a running back like KC or Los Angeles. Looking at RB, we have Jacobs, Etienne, Hubbard, Dowdle. So we're completely fine here at running back. Don't get me wrong. Wide receiver, we have St. Brown, Igbuka, 2 locked and loaded hammers. We have Flowers, Pittman, quality depth. Tight end, we have Hunter Henry and TJ Hawkinson. I love your team. I love the construction of it. I don't think you need to be worried about your running back room going into the future. Like, you can know for sure that Josh Jacobs and Travis Etienne are well coached because they're on my own fantasy football team. So don't you worry, my friend. I'm going to have them scoring fantasy points for you too. Yeah, I would just go ahead. I would pick up Miller. I would cut Dermicado, and then I'd roll with this team as is. But yeah, I appreciate it. I wish I had more for you, but you have a great team. And sorry, I forgot that I'm typically ahead of y'all when I'm watching these games. So I'll rewind 15 seconds so I don't spoil anything. Okay, so let's move this over to our next question. This is Zosint. Says, I'm currently 4-1 and I'm off to a rough start. Are there any trades I can do or anything to help us save this season? All right, let's go ahead and let's pull this up. We are 7th in this league in terms of value. We are 6th in this league in terms of points scored. So you're actually an unlucky 1-4. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. So in a format like this, I really do like having the elite quarterback. I like having the elite tight ends. We have Allen. We have Tucker Kraft. So we're in a good spot. Tucker Kraft already through the bye week. Realistically, I would say that it makes a lot of sense to go through, and if we can sell Sam Laporta in a 2-for-1 deal to get an improvement at a skill position, I would absolutely love doing so. Like if we can send Sam Laporta and Terry McLaurin to go and get a better wide receiver, I think that would be very interesting on a 1-4 roster. Running back, we have Gibbs, Derrick Henry. Jalen Warren, RB3, Michael Carter, RB4. So we have plenty of running back depth. I would say wide receiver is what's killing us here. 1 in 14, you can't just think long-term upside. I know Terry still does give us a decent amount of long-term upside, but realistically speaking, how are we going to be able to look at this and go like, oh yeah, we're cool chilling getting Terry McLaurin back at an undisclosed point? Evan Ingram with another grab. So I would be looking to try to send Terry McLaurin and Sam Laporta and go get the best wide receiver possible. If this hamstring injury lingers for Quentin Johnston, I'd kind of say the same thing with the big Q, where we would try to send a Sam Laporta and Quentin Johnston to go get a wide receiver upgrade that way. And then obviously the running back depth is expendable. And who the hell was that just caught the ball? Number 45. Who's number 45 for the Broncos? Let's see. Say Atkins? He has 2 catches on the season coming in. And now you get the receiving TD. But at least if you started Bo Nix, you got some Bo Nix points. Yeah, we know who it's not. We know it's not Marvin Mims. Is there any, like, some of our takes that we've had over the past few years in basketball that we've gone hard in? Such as, like, if y'all remember a couple years ago, Kadarius Toney was going ahead of Mike Evans in drafts. And I called that the worst thing that I'd ever seen. And obviously that year, Kadarius Toney does nothing. Mike Evans prints 1,000 receiving yards. And this year, what we called was Quentin Johnston should have been going ahead of Marvin Mims when Quentin Johnston was going like 5 rounds later in underdog drafts. And God, that aged nicely. Okay. Now, anyway, going back with this team, you got to make a trade to get a better wide receiver room. I think the best deal would be Sam Laporta and Terry McLaurin to go get a wide receiver. You could also explore the possibility of us sending Derrick Henry and Quentin Johnston to go get to an elite level wide receiver. Because then you would still have like Jalen Warren, Michael Carter that we can start underneath. And with the open roster spots that we'd get in that 2-for-1 deal, there are some exciting running backs that you can go and pick up off the waiver wire, such as Byshell Tuten and Tyler Algier, that could be the next Rico Dowdle, could be the next Rachaad White if the starter were to go down in front of them. But yeah, I really appreciate you and good luck. But yeah, you have to upgrade wide receiver and you have the expendable depth pieces at tight end and running back to do it. Now, our next one's going to be Chris says, hey, Mason, currently 3-2 with a lower point total, but have been playing good defense and good waiver wire moves. Love to hear it, my friend. Sent this team in before I shopped Allen, like you said, but no luck yet. Team is trending up slightly, but I know I need to make moves to win this thing. What trade ideas do you have? So yeah, we are 7th in this league in terms of value. So we are right in the middle of the league. In terms of value, in terms of points for, we are second to last. We are 3-2. What's funny is the last team in points for is also 3-2. They all are just some defensive units here. So you already know like what we are saying here, right? Like you're saying you tried selling Josh Allen and nobody was interested in buying. And in my opinion, that's the move that makes sense on a team like this. The reason being is we go through and we look at this squad. It's a start 8-12 team league. So you have to start a combined 6 total running backs and wide receivers. Like, so if we have to start a combined 6 running backs and receivers, say like this week we have Brees, Michael Carter, Rico Dowdle in our lineup. Then we have London, Matthew Golden, and you're starting like Sterling Shepard is your last name here. Like, and then obviously once you end up getting Chuba Hubbard back, we're not excited about playing Rico Dowdle. So what I would probably look to do in this case is, if possible, you have to sell a onesie. If you're not able to go through and if you're not able to sell Josh Allen, you just have to sell Tyler Warren in that case. Like, let's go over and let's look at the options that we have for the waiver wire tight ends. You could pick up Zach Ertz for free. You could pick up Harold Fannin for free. You could pick up Evan Ingram for free. So realistically, you need to sell Tyler Warren and get some production at running back or wide receiver, because the skill positional depth matters in this league. And we are not great there. So let me look at the teams that are worst in your league at tight end. This team is Kate Otten, so they're essentially streaming tight ends. If you could send them Tyler Warren and in return get back like Xavier Worthy and Trevion Henderson, I think that would make a lot of sense. If you could send this team here, who has Theo Johnson as their tight ends, Tyler Warren, and get back, they have no wide receivers, so it's going to be tough to make a trade with them. Maybe if you go like Tyler Warren as well as Michael Carter and get back Kyron Williams. This team is Hunter Henry at tight ends. If you could send them Tyler Warren and get back, they have no depth either. God. Obviously, I'd sell Warren for Nico, but we're not selling him just for Pittman. This team has Laporta, so they're probably fine. This team has Kincaid. If you wanted to try to send them Tyler Warren for Devontae Adams and Alvin Kamara, this team has Goddard, so they're probably, I mean, you can still offer them something. Try to send them Tyler Warren for Ladd McConkey and Jacoby Myers. This team has Kittle injured. If you wanted to try to send them Tyler Warren and get back A.J. Brown and, DK Metcalf and Khalil Shakir, A.J. Brown and Khalil Shakir. So, like, regardless, the move is skill positional depth matters in your league. We don't really have it. So I'd want to go ahead and I would want to sell a onesie position. Whether that's us selling Allen, whether that's us selling Tyler Warren, you kind of have to and stream that position so we can pick up additional running backs and wide receivers here. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock, my guy. Now, let's move this over to our next question. Now, this is going to come out from Easy Eddie, long-time member of the flock here. Says, hey, Mason, 3-2 start, super flex. Thoughts on the team, new in this league. Doesn't seem like trades are a thing. Who would you start this week? Okay. So if we're not making trades, we're instead looking at waiver wire pickups. I'll say that there are waiver wire names that we want to look at right now. So we are the number one team in this league when it comes to value. We are 3-2. It's an 8-team format as well. So obviously we can say that depth, not really going to matter. Free names you could get off waivers at any point. Superflex, we have Allen as our anchor, and then we have the ability to play the matchups between Drake May and Justin Fields. So we are in a really good spot at quarterback. Running back, we have Bucky, Judkins, Etienne, Trevion, Walker, Ja'Cory Cross, Merritt, then Dowdle. If you could make a deal selling running back depth to go out and get an upgrade just by sending like Travis Etienne and Kenneth Walker in a 2-for-1 trade to get to a running back that we're more excited about. Like, obviously, we can go get somebody like Devon Achane. We do it in a heartbeat. It's just going to be much easier said than done. I think that we want to be picking up Amari Hampton. I'm assuming, obviously, that we do not have options to put him on the IR. So you don't have to do that this week. But once Chuba Hubbard's officially back, then at that point, I would go ahead and I would cut Rico Dowdle and pick up Amari Hampton. And then looking at receiver, we have Lamb back in the long term. We have Igbuka, Wilson, Diggs, Devonta Smith. We have the elite tight end with McBride. So much easier said than done. But if you could send Stephon Diggs and Quinshon Judkins to go get that running back that we're a lot more excited about, let's go for it. But again, I think reality is you have a great team. Deals are going to be very hard to come by in this league. If we want to make a trade, obviously we were trying to make a 2-for-1 trade. And then I would go ahead and drop Dowdle and pick up Amari and Hampton after we end up getting Chuba Hubbard back in this offense. Okay. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. But yeah, you have a great team here. Let's move this over to Jay Kurakati. Says 5-0, just flipped Walker, Cup, Tracy for Hampton or Ramadre. Rather have Walker over Hampton at this point. Cup and Tracy versus Ramadre, up to you. 5-0 team, I understand the trade for Hampton. Obviously, the news that we got this morning regarding Amari and Hampton, not the best, but still, we are fine with it. Traded Woody for Pearsall and Juwan Johnson for Kraft. Both of those moves are insane. How are we only 7th in the league analyzer? We're 7th in this league with value. We're 3rd in this league in points. We are 5-0, so we are a team that should be thinking long term, right? So looking at what we have when it comes to quarterback, we have Fields and Love that we can play the matchups with weekly. Completely fine sitting there. Then going over to running back, we have Gibbs and Hampton in the long term. Really excited about that. But realistically, in the short term, if we're starting Ramadre, it's not great, but we're 5-0, so we're not necessarily that concerned about the short term in comparison. By the time we get to the fantasy playoffs, we should end up getting Amari and Hampton back in. Wide receiver, we have Wilson, Sutton, Diggs. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. We have Pearsall here in the long term as well. We have Tucker Kraft. So it's a completely fine team. Don't get me wrong. Just the issue that you're going to have is you're just going to be so weak in the short term with no Amari and Hampton. But again, it's not going to be the end of the world here because of Us being 5-0. I would like to come up with a trade. You don't have any expendable pieces, though. Like, the best name on our bench is Khalil Shakir. And we have Ramondre Stevenson inside our starting lineup. So we've sold out for what our lineup's going to look like in the playoffs. So now at this point, it's just about staying alive with using the waiver wire. I think cutting Isaiah Davis and picking up Blake Corum could be appealing. If you were to get an injury to Kyron, I think Blake Corum does turn into a must-start name. It's not something you have to do, especially if you think Brees is going to get dealt. But yeah, there's no other trade that you can make with your team now because you have no expendable pieces. You are pot committed, and you built this specifically for the playoff stretch, which I don't hate on a 5-0 team. Don't get me wrong. But let me go ahead and send out some free questions in the live chat real quick, and we will pivot over and we will get to the quick questions, the start sit questions, the trade questions, etc., etc. So let me move this over. And we are catching up on those team reviews, which is great. Okay. So let's move this over. So yeah, let's send out some free questions to the chat. Super simple to qualify for free questions. All you got to do is drop a like on the live stream. And then also drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. It is possible to just get guaranteed free questions, though, by taking advantage of the offer on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will actually get the best offer that they have had in the 5 years I've been working with them, which is you play $5, you get $100 added into your account with code FLOCK. And on top of that, you'll get a free Cam Ward gimme pick, higher, lower, half a total yard for the game today. Underdog Fantasy is available in almost every single state. They've been the only sponsor of this channel for 5 years. And this is by far and away the best offer that they've ever had. We've actually had more people sign up to Underdog over the past 2 weeks since they've been doing this offer than we've had in forever, because it's legitimately like a really, really good offer, which is why I've been super annoying about just letting y'all know it over and over again. And also you'll get free guaranteed questions for these live streams that I'm going to be streaming every single day until Christmas. But let's send out a free question over to Lucas the Kid. Let me see if I can find you on the site. Appreciate you hanging out with us in the chat, my guy. Okay. God, this game sucks. Lucas the Kid, I can't find you. I don't know if you used code FLOCK when you signed up. Actually, no, I found you. You just didn't have any spaces in your name. So never mind. Sent you over that free start sit question. Appreciate you hanging out with us again, my friend. And let's send the other one over to Imzo. Okay. Imzo just found you on the site and just sent you over that free start sit question. Again, appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream. Okay, we'll send out some more free questions once we can catch up on these. As y'all can tell, we don't have many questions submitted on the site. No, we have way fewer people that come out here during the game on Sunday morning. So we should be able to send out a ton of free questions, especially as we catch up on more of these team reviews. Okay. Now here, Papa Foxy, wide receiver. We have Egbuka as the auto start. And then for the flex, Tet McMillan versus Rachaad White's tough. I'd probably just play it safe with Rachaad White. But if you go Tet, I think you can. Mr. Purple says, how do I use the code FLOCK if I'm already an Underdog member? I'm sorry, my friend. The code FLOCK $100 offer and the free question offer is only available for new accounts on Underdog Fantasy, not existing accounts. But Soxer with our next one. Running back, we have Rachaad White at RB2. Wide receiver, Deebo Samuel is an easy play if healthy. Then we have Kamara and Shakir as the two other names that we would look at if you were worried about Deebo possibly Actually, no, you're going to go Jalen Warren over Shakir. And then if you're worried about Debo missing, Shakir would be your pivot. Now, lucky trick. Running back, I'm going to go Jalen Warren over Montgomery, but they're not that far off. I just think that this is a game environment where you'll actually see a decent amount of passing attempts for the Detroit Lions. And in a full PPR format, we'll go Shakir over Montgomery for said reason. Okay. Now, Patel Sir says T-Law or Mac Jones, also can't decide in a half PPR format. I can't decide the flex. I'd go T-Law over Mac Jones. And then I'm going to go Michael Carter here in the flex over Chris Olave in a half PPR format. And then I really don't have much interest in T. Higgins, to be honest. Okay. Manny says, I sent a team review yesterday. Those come in today. At the very latest, they'll come in tomorrow. But yeah, we're catching up on a bunch of team reviews. I think we are on all the ones that were sent in yesterday at this point, which we'll have plenty of time until noon to get to those for you. Now, Chetta says, 2 tight end premium league. The first is going to be the 102 through the 104. I would rather have Mason Taylor and that kind of, and the 103 and a future second, if this is like the 203 as well, over Tet, if it's a start 2 tight end league. If it's a start 2 tight end league, or you're getting 2 points per reception for the tight end position, Mason Taylor is actually very relevant at that point. Now, Shimos, you start Caleb over Kyler. Kyler won't play. Wide receiver, going to go with Xavier Worthy. And then in the flexes, you go Brian Thomas and Chase Brown. It looks like DJ Moore is unusable. Now, Edub, wide receiver, we play Tet and actually never. Yeah, you go Tet. I would love to play Adams. It's a really good spot, but you just have to play Dowdle. Dowdle is simply the must-start name. Don't get me wrong. I mean, Adams has a phenomenal matchup. I would be more excited about Adams, though, if Lamar was healthy and we could actually expect the Los Angeles Rams to have to throw the ball. But it's tough with no Lamar. Because if Lamar is not playing, then you can't assume that we just get rush attempt after rush attempt after rush attempt. Okay. Now, Juice Ose says, how cooked is my team? If you could trade Debo for Judkins, it's a good move. Running back, we have the Hampton injury. Yeah, so you make this deal, and your team has also the big Q injury. But you have Ladd and Metcalf that you can play. And we have the elite tight end. So, team's not great, but with your running back injuries, I would trade Debo for Judkins easily. Now, Rob Stout, quarterback, we're going to go Baker. Running back, give me Dowdle and CMC. Wide receiver, we go Puka. How do you have Puka and CMC on the same team? Go Puka and Diggs. And then for your flexes, we're going to take Judkins. And I'd play Michael Carter over T. Higgins. I have T. Higgins on the bench myself this week. Do not like the matchup against Green Bay. Hellboy Jordan, always happy to see you, my friend. A running back, we have CMC and Kenneth Walker as the plays. Obviously not super excited about Kenneth Walker at RB2. I'll play London and DJ Moore at wide receiver. Not super excited about that. Tight end, we have Tucker Kraft. And then between Travis Hunter and Zach Charbonnet at the flex, it's close, full PPR format. I probably give the nod to Travis Hunter, but it's not a super easy call. Now the Jets go ahead and let Garrett Wilson drop a ball. But yeah, the Jets looking terrible as always. So one thing that I've changed my mind with, and I changed my mind about 3 years ago with this, maybe 2 years ago. I don't know. But if you would have talk to like college Mason, like back in 2017, 2018, and you would have like said like, hey, Mason, heads up, the teams that are horrible and are always horrible in the NFL, the ownership is a big reason why they are very bad. The Browns are always going to be bad. The Jets are always going to be bad. It doesn't matter if you get a new coach. It doesn't matter if you get a new quarterback. I would have completely disagreed with it. I would have gone like, oh, you're just being a clown. It's a small sample thing. They've just gotten unlucky. They've taken the wrong quarterbacks. They've hired the wrong coaches. They just need to get the right quarterback in and they can change the team, blah, blah, blah. But now that I'm older, I've come around to that in a big time way, to the point where I'm willing to say ownership matters massively, where teams like the New York Jets, they're bad for a 30-year stretch for a reason. The Browns are bad for a 30-year stretch for a reason. Like, it doesn't matter what quarterback they take. They can take Baker Mayfield, who looks like a borderline top 7-ish quarterback in the NFL, and they'll ruin Baker. And Baker will have to go somewhere else. And then he'll have success somewhere else. They'll take Sam Darnold, who looks competent, and they'll make him look like the laughingstock of the league. So, yeah, the Jets are always like the Jets. Here's the thing. I would have put the Lions in that. I think the Lions are the one team that's bucked the trend. The Cowboys don't belong in that at all. The Cowboys come through and they give you 12-5 seasons consistently. Like, the Cowboys have no playoff success, but they have regular season success all the time. But I would have included the Lions with this. And like 3 or 4 years ago, we were too low on the Lions. Like the first year they had their big breakout, I was too low on them because I was like, yeah, I know a lot of people are excited, but at the end of the day, it's the Lions. Frank says, if I own the Jets, I'm firing everyone besides the janitors. But if you own the Jets, if you're Woody Johnson, I think you're the problem. But I feel like the Lions are the only team to buck that trend, at least in like my generation. I'm sure there were teams 40 years ago that were able to. But like, I would say like the dumpster fire teams in the league historically are the Lions, the Browns, the Jets. At least in my generation. And the Lions were able to turn it around, but the Browns and the Jets are just to a different level. This is hilarious. Eric says Fields has 1 yard. I'd rather come watch this grift. That's hilarious. House says, I don't think they've had good coaches. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's up to ownership to figure that out, right? So, but yeah, the Jets look horrendous. And y'all know I'm not going to sit here and argue against Fields being garbage. I mean, we've talked about Fields being garbage for a long, long time now. Hazy, wide receiver. I'd play T. Higgins over Dobbs now that you have Flacco. Am I going to be excited about it? No, but I'll do it. And then, yeah, I think we put Pollard in the flex spot there. Okay, now Zed Mango says, thoughts on Bucky rest of season and strength of schedule for the playoffs. Any injury concerns? Kyron is the safer play based on the team. So, like, I would realistically rather have Bucky. Like, you look at the playoff stretch. Yeah, you get to play at Carolina week 16, at Miami week 17. So it'd be nice, good weather games there at the end of the season as well. I would still rather have Kyron over Bucky just because you are taking on some risk with the injury. If you were 5-0, if you were 4-1, I understand you pivoting. Or you could wait until after this game. If you could make this trade after this game when we're in week 7, then yeah, because then it'll obviously be 1 week closer to Bucky Irving returning. Now, Donald's Dominant says, start Tet versus Dallas or Rome and London. Tet might go off. Here's my thing. I think you got to play Rome and London and then Jacobs in the flex. I agree that Tet could go off, and this is a great matchup for Tet. And Tet's sat here so far this year with a 25% team target share, averaging 8.6 targets per game. But he's also the wide receiver 32 in points per game. His best game so far this season is 16 points. London, on the other hand, is sitting as the wide receiver 23 in points per game. Rome sitting as the wide receiver 4. So even though Tet does have the best matchup, London, you also have no Darnell Mooney. So I think you have to bench Tet here, as much as it sucks. And there is a good chance that he goes for 25. Okay, now Cam says, if Chase is out, are we going to go Marva or Olave? 1 and 4, unsure what to do. I'd go Olave. But Chase is going to play. Don't worry about Chase. And then, yeah, so I think you leave this team as is. But, yeah, Jamar Chase should play. And we've seen over and over again that these guys that get put on the injury report for an illness, they're always fine. Now, Tricky Dick here, quarterback, we're going to go with May over Herbert with no Quentin Johnston. Running back, give me Rashad White over Judkins and JCM. Wide receiver, give me Tet over Ladd. And then for the flex, I will still play Judkins over Ladd, even with the big Q out. T. Tony says Shefty just tweeted it. Let me see. What did he just tweet? What the heck? Okay, time to panic, ladies and gentlemen. Or time to change your lineups. Bam Knight is going to be starting over Michael Carter. I may need to go run to my league real quick and pick up Bam Knight. I'm going to see if somebody's already done it. God. Yeah, Bam Knight starting over Michael Carter. It's official from Shefty. Wild. Let me update my rankings on the site now. We got to plummet both Michael Carter in the rest of season as well as in the week 6, obviously. Okay. Rest of season, I'd rather have RJ Harvey. I'd rather have Jordan Mason. I'd rather have Pollard. Now I'd rather have Rashad White. Now I'd rather have Woody Marks. I'd rather have Sharp. I'd rather have Ramondre. I'd rather have Dowdle. I'd rather have Aaron Jones. I'd rather have Miller. Probably rather have Haskins even. Rather have Trey Benson. Rather have Tyler. I'm going to drop Michael Carter to like RB 44 in our rest of season ranks. And we're going to move Bam Knight up to... Do we even have Bam Knight on the website? I don't even think we have Bam Knight on flockfantasy.com. I'm going to have to message a dev here to put him on the site. Crazy. How the hell this is? Um, yeah, we didn't even have Bam Knight on flockfantasy.com. And then in our weekly ranks, I don't want to start Bam Knight. I don't think he's any good. I think it's still going to be a running back by committee. I think the offense is going to be garbage. But we have to nuke Michael Carter. Where like I probably would rather start Pacheco and Kareem Hunt. The offense is going to be garbage too. So we'll move down Michael Carter dramatically in both sets of rankings. That is crazy. Like if you're looking at Bam or Vidal, Bam or Tootin, if the question is Bam or a very clear backup running back in my lineup this week, where again, Vidal is just a very clear, I mean, I don't say he's a very clear backup running back, but I'd say Tootin. Byshell Tootin's a very clear backup running back. And looking at my league, Nathan was starting Michael Carter. Danny is playing against Nathan, and Danny beat him to the waiver wire. To grab Bam Knight. Let me message Nathan. Ooh, crazy. So I'm sorry for getting distracted here, but yeah, let's go through and let's get back to some of these questions. And now we have a much better idea. Do not tell people to play Michael Carter. Here you play Zay Flowers. I don't like Flowers this week, but he's your best option. Like Flowers possibly going to be limited, while at the same time, obviously, offense is going to be very bad. Love Hurts running back. I would have told you to go Michael Carter, but now you play David Montgomery. Wide receiver, you play Jamar Chase. And then for the flex, we will go Shakir over Michael Carter. No world in which I want to play Michael Carter now. H. Martinez says, having trouble choosing running backs. You go Judkins, and I would have told you Michael Carter, but now you go Alvin Kamara over Michael Carter, and then, yeah, you play the wide receivers and the flexes. Lucas the Kid for the 2 flex spots. How much has Breece Hall been in the game? Every time I peek over, Breece Hall's not in there. How many touches does Breece have? Breece has 6 carries for 11 rushing yards, and that's it. No way this dude's not getting traded, right? Yeah, Breece is gone. But anyway, Lucas the Kid, give me JMO in one of these flexes and hope that you get the big play. And then between like Miller or Trevion Henderson or Vidal, I'm going to go Henderson and hope that he does end up playing a little bit more with no Antonio Gibson this offense, which will probably happen. Not super excited, but you don't have many good options. Okay. Oh. I'm going to go ahead and offer the team in my league really needs help at he needs somebody to start this week now that he has no Michael Carter. So I'm going to offer him T. Higgins for Jordan Addison again and see if he'll accept it now. Garrett Wilson, 0 points. God. This year's been tough. The amount of injuries that we have had. Like my team, honestly, I've gotten so lucky with injuries so far. The only thing that I've had to deal with is Burrow going down and hurting T. Higgins. But like none of my actual players have gotten hurt. It looks like I'm on a path to being 7-1 because of it. But JBLD says Superflex Dynasty, the other team's 0-5. Yeah, I'll probably go Tyler Warren and the future first. It's an easy spot as well. Now, J-Dub. Here at running back, we go Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt over Kamara, over Walker. Wide receiver, Diggs. Tight end, I'm going to go Pitts actually over Waller with no Darnell Mooney. And then we'll play DK Metcalf at the flex. We can avoid Kamara. Now, Don B for... I'm assuming you're asking 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex. And in that case, you play Rachaad White, Josh Jacobs. You play Rome Odunze, Puka Nacua. I play Sutton over JCM, but I'm assuming you already did. And then tight end, I would go Juwan Johnson over A.J. Barner. I know people are excited about A.J. Barner because he had 2 touchdowns last week. He's had 1 game with more than 3 targets. I'm not buying it. Now, Tommy Trey for the flex. I would go with Higgins over Henderson with Flacco under center, but I'm not super excited about Higgins. Don't get me wrong. Okay. Now let me refresh this. This is talk to him. For the flex, I'm going to go ahead. Dear God. I think you may actually have to play running back. I would not go Kendrick Bourne. If you really were considering between Kendrick Bourne and Jacoby Myers, I would go Myers with no Brock Bowers. But realistically, I'm not going to be able to tell you like it's a super easy call because Myers has been horrible, but Kamara's projections are really bad. Chase Brown projects being the worst offense in the league this week. Jalen Warren, we don't know what the role is going to be now that Kenneth Walker looks good. So Isaac here for the flex. We will go ahead and you'll probably end up playing Hassan Haskins. Again, my expectations are going to be that he is the guy in Los Angeles, but we'll see. No guarantee. But it looks like we hit 900 likes on the stream, so let's go ahead and let's send out some more free questions in the chat. Again, to get free questions in the live chat, super simple. To qualify to win them, all you got to do is drop a like on the live stream and then drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chats. And then also with that, if you wanted to get guaranteed free questions, you could always do so by going over to Underdog Fantasy and using promo code FLOCK. If you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you will get the best offer that they've had in the 5 years I've been working with them, which is you play $5, you get $100. And on top of that, you'll get a free Cam Ward gimme pick, higher, lower, half a total yard for the game today. Underdog Fantasy is available in almost every single state, and you can find that link both in the description as well as the live chats. And again, those are by far and away the best promos Underdog's ever done. Like, I've been working with them for 5 years. They've been the only sponsor on this channel for 5 years. And we've had like more people signing up to Underdog with code FLOCK over the past 2 weeks than I've ever seen because the promo is so good. And also you get free questions that you can ask in these live streams that I'm streaming every single day until Christmas as well. Let's send this out to AADK Dean. Just found you and just sent you over a free start set question. Appreciate you hanging out with us in the stream, my friend. And let's send another one out to JSN Everywhere. JSN Everywhere. Perfect. Just found you. Just sent you over a free start sit question. Let's pick out somebody else too. We'll do a bunch of free questions here. We're going to be able to answer a ton of free questions, especially as we catch up on some of the team reviews. Let's send this out to Sacky Boy 123. Just found you and just sent you over that free start sit question. Thank you for hanging out with us in this stream. But here for Evan, running back. Ooh, that's why I couldn't find him on the sites. His name is Zonovan Knight, right? It's not Bam Knight. So I actually need to message the devs or delete that message I sent them because we got him. And I can actually add him to my rankings on the website now. I was just confused when I was looking him up previously. So let me actually add him to my rankings. I was searching Bam Knight on flockfantasy.com, not Zonovan Knight. Okay, well, we'll see. Maybe he's not here. Go running back. Knight. Got him. Okay. So in my redraft rest of season rankings, you have to put him ahead of Trey Benson at this point. I'm sorry, not Trey Benson. You have to put him ahead of Michael Carter. Probably have him like RB44, Michael Carter RB45. And then in my week 6 rankings, I'd play him over Miller. And then for Bam Knight's weekly rankings, I would put him probably right ahead of the range. That's like Miller, Pacheco, Hunt. I'd play him over Vidal. I'd probably rather have Hassan Haskins because I like in my lineup because I like the offensive situation a little bit more. So we just put Bam Knight at running back. $33 in our rankings this week. And we moved Michael Carter down to RB 39. Okay. But yeah, I'd play him over Miller. And then for the flex, you play Miller. So you're playing both running backs. Not a great situation, boss. Let me see if Underdog actually has projections out for the Cardinals running backs at this point. So that'll be interesting to see. Okay. Let me look this up. Cardinals at Colts. I hate how they like. So they have Bam Knight actually as somebody to bench. They have Bam Knight higher lower 35.5 total yards. They have Michael 35 and a half rushing yards. They have Michael Carter at higher lower 29 and a half rushing yards. So they have Bam Knight over Michael Carter, but maybe they actually do project out Miller to be the better play. No, they have Miller higher lower 30 and a half. So yeah, tough. I mean, regardless, I'm playing both running backs over Torrey Horton, essentially. Frank says they probably didn't update it on Underdog. No, that is updated on Underdog. Like, don't run out there like trying to take the higher on Bam Knight as fast as you can at this point, thinking like you're getting one on them. Realistically, you've already seen the Michael Carter projection drop so low that it is, it's already priced in. Like, you're not beating them on that. Maybe if you think it's inaccurate, but you can go for it. But what I'm saying is, like, those projections are already with the Shefty tweet baked in that Bam Knight is the starter. Now, lagged running back, you have Rachaad White just as an auto lock. And then for the flex, I probably go Judkins over ETN, but it's close. Come on, Jets, score. I'm playing against the Broncos DST. Hit Garrett Wilson on a bomb. Do something. Now, Tom, we need 2 flexes. I would play Matthew Golden and Jamison Williams over Bam Knight in a full PPR league still. Like, Bam Knight's not an exciting play. I'll play him over the guys like Byshell Tootin because he has the shot to be the starting running back, whereas they just let it go off. They didn't even have a Hail Mary shot to the end zone. Garrett Wilson was screaming at the coach. Yeah, why wouldn't you take a shot into the end zone? Fields can throw it 50 yards, can he? Just embarrassing. Borey, running back, I would have told you to play Michael Carter, but at this point, I think you go Tony Pollard instead. And then for the flex, it's either Jawan Jennings or Trevion Henderson, probably Jennings. But Michael Carter's not playable here at this point. Yeah, why? How did they not get a playoff at the end of the half there? Now, Tommy Trey, wide receiver. I am personally starting Stephon Diggs on my own team over T. Higgins this week, and I'm doing so with confidence. This is a non-PP. If this is truly a non-PPR league, I would play Hassan Haskins over T. Higgins. Again, non-PPR format, give me Haskins. Full PPR league, give me Higgins. Okay. Wasteful thread, running back. We're going to go Derrick Henry over Haskins. We'll take Michael Pittman and Brian Thomas in the flexes. Realistically, with Zay Flowers' offense is going to be so bad with no Lamar, while at the same time, with him dealing with the shoulder injury, they're saying he's going to play a limited number of snaps. Now, B. Henley, wide receiver, Rome Odunze, auto start. Tight end, we have Laporta. And then in the flex, Rachaad White's an auto start. We'll go Adams. And then it's really either T. Higgins or Chase Brown. Not super excited about either name. It's a full PPR format. Chase Brown's giving you 15 plus opportunities a game. You're dealing with the same garbage offense with both players. So I probably go with Chase Brown. Obviously, we really want to get Rice and Jefferson back so we can go with them. Now, JSN everywhere. Wide receiver, you play London, Xavier Worthy off the injury report. And then it's either essentially Deebo Samuel or David Montgomery. Plan A is Deebo Samuel, but if you could pivot over to an exciting option from Deebo if he's not cleared by the time that game goes, I understand you doing it, but again, it is going to be easier said than done in that case. Okay. Now, I think we should be caught up on all those questions. So obviously we'll be able to send out a bunch of free questions over the next few hours until kickoff, but we do have a few more team reviews that we can get through. So let's answer a couple team reviews and we'll send out some more free questions in the chat. This one's coming from Jack, says, any ideas on moves to make? Well, we are the number one team in this league value-wise. We are 3-2. We've scored the second most points in this league, so we're kind of an unlucky 3-2. Looking at the league settings, it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. So ultimately, the skill positional depth's not going to matter that much. And instead, you are highly incentivized to build around an elite quarterback, to build around an elite tight ends. We have Lamar that we could play here in the long term. Super excited about it. We have Tyler Warren and George Kittle. Obviously, we don't need both of these tight ends, and it will be a very appealing spot to trade away one of them once George Kittle does return. But we're chilling for now. Running back, we have the anchor with Bijan. We have Judkins, Scat, White, quality running back depth. We have Igbuka, Rome, Tet, Pickens. So we have insane wide receivers. This is an incredible team. This team is significantly, and I mean significantly better than my own. So if I were looking at doing something here, it probably hinges on us trading for an elite RB2. Like, I think that flip would be like once Tyler Warren becomes an expendable piece with George Kittle coming back, or honestly, I mean, you can look to sell Kittle. If you wanted to try to sell Kittle and Judkins once Kittle's back and go get to the Achane range of running backs, let's go for it. But in terms of waiver wire pivots, aren't really many things that we would want to do. If it was a multi-flex league, I'd say probably pick up Brandon Ayuk and drop like Tyrone Tracy. If you wanted to drop Tyrone Tracy and pick up Bam Knight to see what the role really looks like in Arizona this week, you can go for it. Depending on if your league lets you drop players that have already played. But yeah, you have a phenomenal team here. There's not much to do outside of maybe selling the tight end for a running back upgrade once Kittle does come back. But I really appreciate you. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. Now let's move this over to our next question. Now, Coatsworth says, feel like I have extra depth, but I don't know what I need for bye weeks / injuries. Any obvious moves we should look to make? So it is a league in which you're starting 8 players, right? So the depth does matter here somewhat. We are 3rd in this league in points scored. We are 3-2. And we have plenty of depth. Like, you're completely fine. Do not worry about injuries. Do not worry about buys. Quarterback, we have Daniel Jones, and that's about it. I will say it's very clear at this point that you can drop Michael Carter. Like, the offense is bad. Michael Carter himself's not a great running back. So realistically, I think you could go through and you can make an argument that you would rather have like Byshell Tootin with the upside that you would get in Jacksonville if he does turn out to be the guy, because we can talk ourselves into Byshell Tootin giving us a considerable amount of juice with his athleticism. So if you could drop Michael Carter, pick up Byshell Tootin. Then a running back, we have Bucky in the long term, Kamara RB2. We have RJ Harvey in the long term, Dowdle that we can play in the short term. So here's the thing. The only thing that this team should be focused in on is how do we hit on the next running back coming off of waivers? It's a league in which we can start 4 wide receivers weekly. So long term, we have Chase, Igbuka, London, and Rashee Rice that we can start every week. Then we have Chris Olave as a viable depth piece for injuries and buys, and we have the elite tight end with Tyler Warren. If it wasn't for you having like the play of Rico Dowdle, then at that point, maybe we would look to go through and maybe we would look to try to sell Chris Olave in a 2-for-1 deal and go get an upgrade at running back where you could potentially try to make a trade where you can send, say, Olave, Chase Brown, and go get an RB upgrade, but not necessarily something that we need to be worried about right now. But overall, I think you have a great team. Quarterback would be advantageous to upgrade if it wasn't for running back depth being the highest priority. So I think you just roster as many running backs as you possibly can, to be honest. But I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. Now, Kinzer with our next one says, hey, Mason, love the content. I don't know what to do with this team. I hate almost everything about it, yet somehow I'm 4-1. No running back depth and all my wide receivers feel super mid. Any advice on moves I should try to make or any tips on how to be a better coach would be greatly appreciated. Thanks in advance. Hashtag Team of Destiny. Well, my guy, you're 4-1, right? We're already crushing. We're 6th in this league when it comes to value. I'm sorry, we're 3rd in the league when it comes to value. We're 4th in this league when it comes to actual points scored, but we're 4-1. So what we're able to do here is we have the luxury of thinking long-term, not necessarily just having to focus in on what we have in the short term. Now, looking at what we have at quarterback, we have Lamar Jackson. Long-term, obviously, super exciting. Short-term, we're just streaming. We have Sam Darnold in there right now. I'm not the biggest Darnold guy. I think Lawrence gives you a little more rushing upside, so I'd probably rather have Lawrence over Darnold, but that's just myself. Looking over at running back, we have Bijan Achane, so we have 2. How do you not like this team? So we have Bijan Achane. I would cut Brashad Smith and I'd pick up Tyler Algier or Bam Knight. Going over to wide receiver, I'd also cut Cedric Tillman. What's the upside with Cedric Tillman? He plays for the Cleveland Browns and he's injured. I would cut Tillman. I would cut Brashad Smith. I'd pick up Tyler Algier. I would pick up Bam Knight. Wide receiver, you have Pickens, Mike Evans, Devonta Smith, JMO, Troy Franklin. I mean, obviously you can't do this right now, but after this week, I'm sure that we're going to want to pick up Wan'Dale Robinson. And I would cut Troy Franklin for him. Tight end, you have Tucker Kraft, Hunter Henry. So here's the thing, man. You have a great team. Realistically, I think that it's a team that should be focusing on long-term upside. Long-term, Lamar is going to be a lot better. Long-term, Mike Evans will get healthy. So, only thing that I would look to do here is waiver wire pivots. I think you have a great squad. I would cut Brashad Smith. I'd cut Cedric Tillman right now. I would pick up Bam Knight and Tyler Algier right now. And then the waiver wire pivot that we know we want to make, that's not guaranteed that we can, but I would want to cut Troy Franklin for Wan'Dale Robinson going into next week. But I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. And again, thank you so much for hanging out with us as always. Now let's move this over and let's send out some more free questions in the chat. Again, if you want to win those free questions, it's super simple. All you got to do to qualify is drop a like on the live stream and then also drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. That way, if you win a free question, I know who to send it to. And you can also get guaranteed free questions by going through and taking advantage of the offer on Underdog Fantasy, where right now you can go through and predict if Justin Fields going to finish this game with higher or lower 109.5 total passing yards. Or Cortland Sutton's going to finish higher or lower, 40.5 receiving yards. Underdog Fantasy at the moment is doing the best promo that they have had in the 5 years that I've been working with them, which is you play $5 and you get $100 added to your account with promo code FLOCK. Plus, you'll get a free Cam Ward gimme pick, higher, lower, half a total yard for the game today. And you'll get free questions that you can send in these live streams. And I'm streaming every single day, answering these free questions until Christmas. So yeah, links in the description, links in the live chat. Underdog Fantasy is available in almost every single state. Now, let me go through and send out some free questions to people in the chat now. Let's send this to Dog on My Knee. Let's see if I can find you on the site, my friend. Appreciate you hanging out with us in this chat. Dog on My Knee. Just found you. Just sent you over that free start set question. Appreciate you. Hope I was able to, and hope I'm able to help you out. And let's send over another one to Sarge5101. Just found you. Just sent you over a free start set question. Again, appreciate you hanging out with us in this stream. Let's send this over to J-Rob B. Hoopin. Pretty funny name. J-Rob B. Hoopin, just found you. Just sent you over a free start sit question. Again, thank you for hanging out with us in this live stream. Now, let's go ahead and check this out for Shiny Gazebo. Says there are trades my league mates want to do, but I don't know which ones to go with. I'm keeping my quarterback, tight end, kicker. With that being said, which team sounds better to you? Amon-Ra, Kyron, Taylor, Adams, Judkins, Ladd, or Jefferson, Achane. So Amon-Ra and Taylor versus Jefferson, Achane. Give me Amon-Ra, Taylor. Nico versus Kyron. Probably give me Kyron. Judkins versus Judkins, same. Dobbins versus Ladd. Give me. I would rather have the Jefferson, Achane team. Appreciate you, my friend, and excited to check this out. We are 4-1, right? So 4-1 team. We are thinking more so long-term rather than short-term. Maybe we're a lucky 4-1 because we are 5th in this league in value, according to the league analyzer. And at the same time, we are 5th in this league in points scored. So a little bit of a lucky 4-1. Quarterback, we have May and Justin Fields to play the matchups with. I understand that Fields is a horrendous real-life quarterback. We've been saying that for years. But at the same time, Justin Fields, in the 3 games that he has fully played, has given you 29.5, 27, and 26 fantasy points. So Justin Fields has come through, and he is absolutely crushed for you in fantasy. He's horrible in real life, but he's still very much a viable quarterback that you can play the matchups with, even if he's looked garbage in this this Europe game. Ben coming through with a massive, massive dono. Appreciate you, my friend. If I had to sit one, we're going to sit Michael Carter. We're going to start T and Downs. I don't think you can play Michael Carter at this point. But yeah, quarterback, we're just fine here playing the matchups with May and Fields. Hunter says, why did Michael Carter get tanked in rankings? If you saw why Michael Carter got tanked in rankings on flockfantasy.com, it's because Adam Schefter came through and he said that Bam Knight is going to be the starting running back for the Arizona Cardinals this week. Okay. Now going over and looking at what we have when it comes to running back, we have Kyron, Judkins, 2 locked and loaded starters every week. We have DeAndre Swift, J.K. Dobbins, perfectly fine. Depth pieces. It's a league in which you can start up to a combined 6 running backs and receivers weekly. Wide receiver, we have St. Brown, Nico, Adams, Ladd McConkey, DJ Moore. Really like what we have at wide receiver. Tight end, we have Hunter Henry. So, you have plenty of depth here where if you wanted to go out there and make a 2-for-1 deal to improve inside the starting lineup at a 1Z position, you could afford to sell J.K. Dobbins and Drake May to go get a better quarterback. You could afford to go out there and sell J.K. Dobbins and a Hunter Henry to go get a better tight end. DeAndre Swift and Hunter Henry to go get a better tight end. You can afford to sell Devontae Adams and Drake May to go get yourself an elite level QB. So that's going to be what I'm looking at here. I would be trying to go through and send away a running back depth piece to upgrade one of the skill positional names just because you are strong enough to do it and you have plenty of depth. And this is a great team here, my friend. But I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. And again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock, my guy. But let's move this over to our next one, which is going to be from Z Leon. Says 0-5, most points scored against me. Let's see. We scored 500. Yeah, so you are a very unlucky 0-5. We're in the middle of this league with points scored. My RBs are filling in the RB1 spot in their own team. Should I try to move them off for Chase Brown? Do I add Evans into a deal before he's if you could sell Mike Evans, you do so in a heartbeat. Traded away Brees for Sutton early when Evans went down. Do I try to get him back for Mason and Olave and Evans? So here's the thing. You are in a spot where if you were 0-5, it's your fantasy football playoffs start soon. It's pretty much win or go home for you. So for me, I would go ahead and I would look to do anything I could to start getting improvements inside the starting lineup. So for me, if I'm looking at long-term assets that I'm excited about buying low on, Trevion Henderson. My team's 4-1. I'd be excited to buy Henderson. Your team's 0-5. You need to sell Henderson. Brock Bowers. Bowers not playing this week, not playing next week. He has the week 8 bye. You need to look to sell Bowers. Mike Evans. Like these long-term pieces that are exciting to continue to increase in value, you just simply have to get rid of them and you have to get upgrades in your starting lineup now. So for me, I'm going to try to send Mike Evans and Trevion Henderson to get the best running back I can. Try to send Mike Evans and Brock Bowers to go and get to the elite tight end like Tyler Warren, like Trey McBride. That's going to be the pivot that I'm making, my friend. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that we could possibly do. I think you just have to sell those long-term pieces and get short-term upgrades in your starting lineup, my friend. I think that's it. But I really appreciate you. And I'm wishing you the best of luck, but you have to start winning games right now. Like you fall to 1-7, you fall to 0-7, it's over. Okay. Now, let's go ahead and let's pivot back over to some of the fast questions. These are going to be the start sit questions. These are going to be the trade questions. So yeah, we have a bunch of these that we can look at. Sebi coming through, running back. I'm going to go Chase Brown over Michael Carter and Hassan Haskins. And then you play Ladd McConkey at wide receiver with no Quentin Johnston. Now, Insane Asylum, wide receiver, we are going to be planning on Marv over Flowers injured and the big Q injured. Flowers going to play, but I still don't want to start him. You put Judkinson over JCM in the flex, then we play David Njoku over Mason Taylor. Now, Dilla, here at running back, we will take Bam Knight over Vidal and Miller and Spears. And then for the flex, you play Josh Downs. Yeah, I'm not excited to play Bam Knight, but if it's like Bam Knight versus clear backup running backs, you just have to play him. Now, Luke, with our next one, Michael Carter versus Bam Knight and Spears. I go Bam Knight. For the flex, I probably take Alec Manor. Broski says, IDP League, receiving yards are 0.07 and rushing yards are 0.1. So we'd rather flex a running back than a receiver. Running back, you play DeAndre Swift. And in the flex, yeah, you don't even have a wide receiver here. Jalen Coker's not playing this week. I would go Bam Knight over the Kansas City running backs. Actually, I would play Trevion Henderson over him. I think it's going to be a running back by committee in both backfields. I think Henderson's a much better player, while at the same time, Henderson is in a much better offense. Now, Fantasy Genius, always happy to see a quarterback. You go Young with the good matchup against Dallas over Kyler, who's missing. For the flex, Judkins is an auto start. Etienne's an auto start. And then I would go Trevion Henderson over Bam Knight. None of these wide receivers are going to play. And then again, I'm not going to sit here and try to tell you that you should be super excited about Trevion, but realistically, like, you have no Antonio Gibson, so he's a little bit better than he was. Now, running back, I would go with Trevion over Bam Knight, like we said. Wide receiver, we'd go with Igbuka and Tet McMillan, and then we're going to go Xavier Worthy in the flex. Hopefully we didn't play A.J. Brown. I mean, A.J. Brown's fine, but those wide receivers are exciting. Hunt here for the flex spot. Can't play Carter. I would go with Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt. Chris Rodriguez banged up. Matchup against Chicago is great. And JCM looks to be much more appealing than I initially gave him credit for. Okay, let me see if we can hit next question. Or we're going to have to, we're going to have to sign out and sign back in. So give me 1 second to do this, ladies and gentlemen. And then we'll keep these questions going. Okay. And gosh, my stomach is growling. I'm actually going to go grab a little protein bar real quick and fill up my water. Oh, that terrified me. It sounded like the gate was opening to my house and like to my backyard, and it was just a squirrel jumping on it. Okay. So let's move this over. Let me go grab a little protein bar, fill up my water. Take me 10 seconds, and I'll be back. Let me swallow this and we're good. God, that was delicious. You're welcome, Hunter. Anything for you, my guy. But let's go ahead and let's dive into this. And the girl who wants to come in. Come on. Okay. Now, Hunter here for a flex. We're looking at Carter, Haskins, Jennings, JCM, DeAndre Swift. I think it's easy JCM at this point. We were too low on JCM earlier in the week, but with the Rodriguez injury and how good the matchup is, you go Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt. I think we maybe actually already answered that, but we had I wouldn't submit for whatever reason. Okay. Now, Damian with our next one. Running back, you go Javonte over Haskins. Don't even think about it. For the flex, this is where you could pivot if you don't want to play Bourne. I wouldn't fault you for playing Haskins, but full BBR format, you can go Bourne. Now, Dog Whisperer, Tyler Warren versus Devontae Adams. Going to depend on your team, going to depend on your league settings. I have Tyler Warren ranked higher. If this is, like, the instance in which I for sure want Tyler Warren is if it's a 2 wide receiver single flex format, or tight end's going to make up a high percentage of our starting lineup output weekly. And in the world in which we would want to go through and we would want to take Devontae Adams, it's like we have another quality tight end like Tucker Kraft, and it's a double flex league or a league where you start 3 receivers in a flex. Now, let's move this over to our next one. This is from Loful. Says, we have Walker, Pacheco, Blue at running back. Can trade Blue for Bam Knight. Wide receivers are Terry, Evans, Ladworthy, Hunter. So, I'm kind of fine with either one. I do have Bam Knight ranked over Jaden Blue. So, I think I would make that swap. Like, as of now, Bam Knight looks to be a starting running back in his own backfield, where Jaden Blue is rising just because now he's the RB2 with the Miles Sanders injury. So, yeah, I would trade Blue for Bam Knight. And then here with this, it's a fair deal. It's going to be up to you between Evans and Chuba. I think it's a personal preference. Your team doesn't necessarily need Evans, of course. Okay. Now, our next one is from Willie Sooner. Says, week 2 with you, Mason, coming off a Sooners loss. Help. Appreciate you, my friend, and hook 'em horns, of course. I will say I'm the worst Texas Longhorns fan ever imaginable. When we are bad, like maybe we're ranked after beating OU, but we'll see. We probably are ranked after beating OU. But like when we're not ranked, I'm like, okay, I don't care. I'm the worst. And I know people absolutely hate fair weather fans, but I am the definition of a fair weather fan. But a running back, we're going to go James Cook, Alvin Kamara. I'll go Kamara over Bam Knight. And the wide receiver, I mean, in the flex, a full PBR format, I think you can go with Kendrick Bourne here, or you can go Sterling Shepard, or you can go, I would probably play Hassan Haskins over Bam Knight. So it's either Haskins or Bourne, and it's going to be up to you in that case. Now, Jay Panda, quarterback, give me Stafford over Herbert. Running back, we're going to go Bijan and Dowdle. Wide receiver, we have London and Igbuka. Tight end, we have Jake Ferg with no Lamb. And then I would love to play Tet. Absolutely love the matchup and love the game environment. But we're going to go with Rachaad White. Now, dog on my knee, running back, we will take Hassan Haskins over Bam Knight and Tyler Algier. For the flex spots, we're going to take Sterling Shepard and Bam Knight, I guess. I'll take Bam Knight over Algier. So Draga for the flex. Tackle Brees, tackle him. Thank God. We have no Reed. We have no Evans. We have no Rice. We have no Bucky. So I'm going to take Hassan Haskins here. Again, my bet to lead this backfield is Haskins over Vidal. That's what we said in the waiver wire video. And it looks like it is trending towards that being the case. If you look at the projections on Underdog at the moment, let me see what they have it as. But Last I checked, they had Haskins seeing more opportunities than Vidal. They have Haskins higher, lower 43.5 rushing yards, higher, lower 59.5 total yards. They have Vidal higher, lower 35.5 total yards. So they have Haskins as the guy too. Okay. Now, Jay Panda, running back, Genty, auto start. I would go Trevion Henderson over Bam Knight. Wide receiver, Egbuka, Sutton, easy plays. Tight end, Tyler Warren. And then if you really flex, Wandale, incredible call. Now, nickel pickle for the flex. You do not have really any wide receivers we could look at. You have to play Trevion Henderson and Bam Knight. A lot of y'all aren't bad spots. Darren, running back, Bijan. I'm assuming you already played Barkley. If you didn't play Barkley, you're a crazy person. Then wide receiver, Puka, Egbuka. Tight ends, give me Darren Waller, Hunter Henry. It's going to be up to you. I'm sure most people say Waller. And then I'd go with Judkins here in the flex for sure. But tight end's up to you. I can go back and forth. Now, G Grip says 1-4 in a full PPR format. For me, I would swap out A.O. Manor and I'd put in Bam Knight. I'd either play Bam Knight or Trey Tucker, but I'm not playing A.O. Manor here. And, you know, I would actually play Trey Tucker over Vidal. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put Bam Knight in over Kamani Vidal in at running back and then throw Trey Tucker in a flex and hope that we get the spike. Now, Sway says Henry over Shepard. Is Hunter Henry? Running back, we're going to take Kenneth Walker. Wide receiver, you go J-Mo and Shakir. I don't think you look at Henry or Shepard here. And if you wanted to flip something in, I would get Matthew Golden in the lineup over J-Mo. Like Matthew Golden would be your next best name. Okay, let's refresh this. This is Scribbles YO. For the flex, I'm playing Jamar Chase. I know Jamar Chase popped up on the injury report with an illness, but he's good to go. He's already cleared. Now, Touchdown Dev says, hey, Mason, need help with the start sit and trade ideas. Tight end, we're going to go Travis Kelce. And then running back, you just jam Rashad White. And Rico Dowdle, actually, no, you play Rico Dowdle, but Rashad White and Rico Dowdle are expendable for you. So, I mean, if you could sell one of those running backs to a team that needs them, would be nice. J-Rob B. Hoopin. Running back, I'm going to go Rashad White over Kamara easily. Wide receiver, we take J-Mo over DJ Moore. And then in the flex, we'll take Alvin Kamara. Not super excited about playing Kamara, though. Now, King Bob Goat. Running back, give me Rico Dowdle. Probably Chase Brown as well. I'd play Chase Brown over Bam Knight. They're both in garbage offenses. Chase Brown is going to have a higher percentage of his backfield, though. And then we're going to go Trevion Henderson on, I guess, Bam Knight down in the flex spots because both wide receivers are going to miss. Now, Bijan Mustard, running back, you have Kenneth Walker. For the flex, I'd probably go Bourne over Keon and Cup. And yeah, I'd go Kendrick Bourne over Zach Charbonnet in a full PPR format as well. Now, Bryn is able. Appreciate you, my friend. Says the first is the other team's 1-4, trying to lock down the 101. Oh, yeah. So 100%, I would go ahead and make this deal in that instance. I know we looked at your team at the beginning of the stream, but yeah. Go and get Luther Burden and the future first here for selling Chase Brown and T. Higgins, and let's pivot to that rebuild. Let me refresh this. I think we were all caught up on the questions on the site in terms of start set stuff. So we can send out a bunch of more free questions in the chat. To qualify to win those free questions, again, it's stupid simple. All you got to do is drop a like on the live stream, and then drop your flockfantasy.com username in the live chat. That way, if you win, I know who to send those questions over to. And then also, if you wanted to get guaranteed free questions for these live streams, and I'm streaming every single day until Christmas, so you should have plenty of opportunities to ask your questions. You can always take advantage of the offer that's available on Underdog Fantasy. It's been the best offer that they've had in the 5 years I've been working with them, which is if you play $5 with promo code FLOCK, you're going to get $100 added to your account. Also going to get a free cam board gimme pick, higher or lower, half a total yard, and you'll get free questions for these live streams that I'm streaming every single day until Christmas, answering your fantasy football questions. So you can find that link in the live chat. You can find it in the description. Underdog Fantasy is available in almost every single state. But let's send this question over to Sacky Boy. Appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream, my friend. Let me see if I can find you on the site. And oh, did we just get a safety? Let me see. Okay, that's great for me because I'm playing against the Denver Broncos DST, which is funny because the Broncos DST loses points for the safety. But Sacky Boy, I just went ahead and sent you over a free start sit question. Appreciate you hanging out with us in this stream. Yeah, so love to see that. Okay, and let's move this over to our next question. Or our next person. Let's get a free question out to Rat Reaper. I know we've sent you questions before. Thank you again for hanging out with us in the live stream, my friend. Okay. And just sent you over that free start set question. Now, the Jets are officially leading this game. Y'all are out here saying the Jets are never going to win a game. Interesting. Now, let's look at this for defenseless entry. Keenan Allen going to be an auto start here at wide receiver for you in comparison to these guys with Quentin Johnston missing. And then going over to the flex, I would play Chase Brown. Like, obviously, it's better with Flacco. It's still going to be horrendous, especially in this matchup. But what's your alternative? You're going to get 15 touches guaranteed. Bald Mason says the big Q is officially out. Oh, yeah, we got actives and inactives. Let me go ahead and check those out for us. So the actives and inactives, god dang, this Underdog Twitter account almost has 300,000 subs. I'm a follower, sorry. Jatavion Sanders, inactive. Tutu Atwell, inactive. Christian Gonzalez is active. Kamara's active. Flowers is active. Quentin Johnston is inactive. Ugh. Rest in peace, my best ball teams. It's been great. It's been nice having one of the best performances so far this year in the Eliminator tournament on Underdog, but without Quentin Johnston, I don't think we're going to be able to get it done, which it is a sad, sad day. But yeah, we'll go ahead and remove him from the weekly rankings. Let me see, make sure that worked. Yeah, Quentin Johnston being out is going to make this tough for people. Yeah, so if you look at the expert average rankings on flockfantasy.com now, you have Ladd McConkey, wide receiver 16, Keenan Allen, wide receiver 18 this week. So both wide receivers look very appealing. Okay, so God, Justin Fields, freaking do something. Anything but a sack there. But here for this team, you start Jaden Daniels at quarterback pretty easily. Then running back, you're going to start Jacobs, Rashad White as auto starts. Wide receiver, Puka, Pickens. Then for the flexes, we're going to go with Diggs. And I'm assuming you did not play Devonta Smith. If you did play Smith, then you're done. If you needed another flex, you go Michael Pittman. Okay, now let's refresh this. Yeah, I love how we said last week that there was a chance that Justin Fields could get benched, where you weren't seeing that chance with the other quarterbacks that were putting up elite performances. And the chat lost their mind on me, clowned on me for saying that Justin Fields could get benched. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? He's gotten benched every year of his NFL career, and he's 0-5 right now. So, not saying Fields going to get benched in this game by any means, but there's a very real possibility that Justin Fields is not the starting quarterback the rest of the season. Okay. Now, no more CD/TD. Says, with Ricky and Kittle out, I feel like Jawan is good. But you go Daniel Jones over Goff, it's a 4-point passing touchdown format. And I would go, for me personally, I would go Myers over Jawan Jennings. Jennings is banged up. Myers is healthy. While you have no Brock Bowers. So, I know I've made a horrible mistake in ranking Jacoby Myers too high as of late. But I think realistically, you need to go through and you need to play Myers with no Bowers over Jennings, who is banged up, at least for me. And you do have decent projections for this offense going up against a very bad Tennessee Titans team. Okay. Now, let's move this for Serchov. For the flex, I would probably go Jennings over Flowers, with Flowers banged up with his shoulder and the offense being garbage. And then full PBR format, I think we do play Jennings over Bam Knight. Okay. Now, D7 Rocha says, who should I flex, Bourne or either of the running backs? Like Haskins or Vidal, you probably play Bourne. Actually, if this is a non-PPR league, you play Haskins. Actually, I think you go Haskins here. So, it is a tough one, but still. But non-PPR format would be easy. You'd play Haskins, but full PPR league, it's tough. Now, Sacky Boy. Here for the flex, I'm going to go Tucker Kraft over Michael Carter and Bam Knight. I know, like we always say, never play the tight end, but like Bam Knight is not an exciting play. Like bad offense, not a great player. While at the same time, like what's the real hope? Okay. Nene Tano says, could also grab Flory Shepard or Bam Knight. I'd rather a Bam Knight out of those. So our best wide, yeah, we have no wide receiver to play. As it stands now, I play Charbonnet over Michael Carter. If you wanted to, but I would drop Michael Carter and pick up Bam Knight. And then if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to play Bam Knight over Charbonnet, I'm not going to fault you for it. Now, Alexandra, here we need 2 flex spots. We have no Godwin, no Pearsall, so it's A.O. Manor or like, I'm going to go Bam Knight and Trevion Henderson. I don't think you can play Alec A.O. Manor, especially not in half PPR format. This has maybe been the worst game of the year. Can y'all let me know in the chat right now, is this Denver-New York game the worst game of the season so far? Like, let me know in the chat, am I missing one? So obviously I don't watch every single game start to finish. All the 1 p.m. games, I'm pretty much just watching Red Zone. But Upslash says, I just said it. This is the worst NFL game I've seen in a long time. Yeah, this is bad. I love how the Europe games are always horrible. Bird Priest, quarterback, give me Daniels over May. Wide receiver, we're going to take Keenan with no QJ. We're going to go Deebo Samuel. And then in the flex, we'll take Jacoby Myers. And then we just got to hope that Deebo plays. Okay. Now, let's refresh, see if we have any more questions. We can send out some more free questions in the chat, too. Let me answer this for MB. I'd probably play Higgins over Bam Knight, Jennings, and Travis Hunter. I'm not excited about Higgins. I'm benching him on my own team. And then let's go through and let's pull up some more team reviews. How many team reviews do we have? I feel like we've done a good job catching up on them. We don't have many. So let's look at this for Bucks to the Bowl. This is a super flex team. With a tight end premium and 1 flex other than the super flex. So quarterback here is going to make up a crazy high percentage of our starting lineup output. If quarterback is accounting for 2 out of 8 of our starting lineup spots, 25% of our lineup requirements. But I have so many trades and flop my team since to get much needed wins. Now 2 and 3, we got offered Rome for Goddard and Olave. Take Rome there and run. Actually, it's a tight end premium format, so it's closer. But yeah, it looks like it's only a 0.5 tight end premium, so I would do that. Thanks so much for the help, and happy belated. Appreciate you, my friend, and excited to look at this. So we are Baker's Bomb Squad. We are currently 6th in this league in terms of value. We are 2 and 3. We've scored 725 points. So we're 5th in the league in points scored. And was that a Wilson fumble? I thought it was and I figured it was an incomplete pass. Or is that really a Garrett Wilson fumble? I don't know, what they call it. Hopefully it's an incomplete pass because or it's an interception because it looks like it didn't hit the ground. Again, I'm playing the Denver Broncos DST, so preferably it's an incomplete pass. I don't think it'd be an interception because No, it looks like it was a fumble. Or no, I mean, Wilson's still out there. We'll see. I have no idea. Now, anyway, this is a super flex league. Quarterback's not great. Like, we're starting Lawrence and Mac Jones right now. We'll get Purdy back in the long term. I would say, for me, it's worth picking up another starting QB. There's only one starting quarterback that's out there on the waiver wire right now. So looking at this, I would say getting Cam Ward would make sense. Am I the most excited about Cam Ward? Perfect. Incomplete pass. Great for us. Am I the most excited about Cam Ward? No. But realistically, I would want to have 3 starting quarterbacks, and he's the only free quarterback that we could get. And it's very easy to tell you to go through and drop K-Dot, and I understand he gets the bump up when it comes to the injuries to Evans and Godwin, but still, you're not starting him over Harold Fannin. So I would, actually, it's a tight end premium format, so never mind. And we did make the trade for Rome. So if you want to hold on to K-Dot in the tight end premium format, I'm fine. I would then, in that case, cut Trey Tucker, and I'd pick up Cam Ward in that instance. Then going over and looking at what we have at running back. We have Ashton Genty, Kenneth Walker, RJ Harvey, Zach Charbonnet, Miller as our RB5. So we're solid at RB. Are we great? No, but we have guys that we can go out there and we can put into the lineup. We have 3 elite receivers. It's a league in which you're only starting really 2 receivers in a flex, so we don't need much wide receiver depth beyond this. So I don't think you have like the best team ever. I don't think you have a bunch of expendable value. Like I don't necessarily see a trade that we could look to make. I would consider cutting Cade Otton with the expectation that the receivers are going to be back sooner rather than later in Tampa in favor of Theo Johnson after this week. But mainly I would just go ahead and I would cut Trey Tucker and I would pick up the quarterback with Cam Ward. But I really appreciate you and wishing the best of luck this year, my guy. But I think you have a well-balanced team. You just kind of got to ride it out and hope that we hit on someone off the waiver wire. Now, this is from Moyd LV Cart. It says, feeling thin at running back. Trying to deal Marv plus maybe a bench piece. Not sure how else to improve the team. Should we maybe sell Chase? So we are Mr. Limited. Love to see it. We are currently 6th in this league in terms of points scored. We're 3-2. We have a very valuable roster. 10-team format. We have the elite quarterback and we have the elite tight end with Allen as well as Tyler Warren. And I don't understand how you're feeling thin at running back. You're feeling thin at wide receiver. Like realistically, like it's a league where I know that we have to start to combine 6 running backs and receivers, but we have Genty, Henderson, Walker, Ja'Cory Cross-Kamara. We have 4 viable RBs. We have Chase, Rome, Tet, Marv. 4 viable wide receivers. Don't get me wrong. I think you have the depth where if you could send Marvin Harrison and Kenneth Walker and go get a significant upgrade, I would. Especially knowing that we'll get Terry McLaurin and Chris Godwin back in the long run. I think with this additional Chris Godwin injury that he just suffered, I would probably go ahead and cut Chris Godwin myself, and I would pick up Matthew Golden. So yeah, I would cut Godwin. I'd pick up Golden. And then after that, in terms of what we'd be looking to do, I think if you wanted to sell a depth wide receiver such as Marv with Kenneth Walker, go for it. But frankly, it's not something that you need to do. Like your team is just fine as is. Looking at anything else that we could do here. I think you roll with this as is. The team's going to get better as time goes on with Genty, Henderson, Ja'Cory Cross-Kamara, Tet McMillan all being rookies, and then Terry McLaurin, Chris Godwin getting healthier. So realistically, do not trade Jamar Chase on this team. There's no reason for you to. I would just go ahead and instead, I would let the rookies increase in value. If you wanted to sell Marv and Kenneth Walker for an upgrade at running back, you can. But I think you have a great team. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. Now, Merck with our next question says, hey, Mason, should I make a trade with the team or should we hold? I hit some bad luck with the Lamb and Jaden injuries, but even at 1-4, my team could make a run. My league is 8 out of 12 make the playoffs, so I haven't been panicking the same as if it were a 16 playoff league. Thanks for the advice. Good to know the amount of teams that make the playoffs. So 1-4 team. Again, if normally you're in a league where only 6 teams make the playoffs, then I'd agree it's time to panic. But if instead you are in a spot where 8 teams make the playoffs, it's not nearly as concerning. We've scored 635 points, so we are third to last in this league in points scored. The depth of the skill positions is going to matter here. You can start up to 4 wide receivers weekly. So here's the thing that we should have done realistically. Actually, no. I guess when Lamb went down, we were like 1-1, right? So it's not like we had a bad record at that point. But to avoid falling to 1-4, pivoting from Lamb and just getting some points in the lineup may have been advantageous. But now if you've waited this long, you're just going to hold on to him. So running back, we have Jaden Daniels, and then we have the Hubbard injury. We have the long-term appeal of Henderson, and then we have Ja'Cory Crosskey-Merritt that we can play right now. Michael Carter had previously been a running back that we could start in the short term, but now that looks to no longer be the case. Wide receiver, we have London and Rome already through their bye weeks. We have Wilson and Lamb as well. So long term, we'll be in a really good spot when it comes to wide receiver. And then going over to tight end, we have the combination of Zach Ertz and Mason Taylor. So we're essentially just streaming the tight ends. So for me, if I look at this, I would say 1-4 team, while of course we don't necessarily need to full-blown panic, it is a spot where I would, if possible, like selling long-term value to get short-term production in this lineup. Like if you were able to sell a Chuba Hubbard with the wide receiver depth piece and go just get to a running back that's playing right now, it doesn't have to be the best running back in the world. It can be somebody like Kenneth Walker. Like if you can send Keon Coleman and Chuba and get Kenneth Walker and just get somebody that we can start, I would go for it. Just because, again, the amount of importance that we need to put on these short-term games is still relatively high, even if 8 teams make the playoffs. I agree we don't need a full-blown panic, but I'm worried. Don't get me wrong. And then I think you just keep on streaming tight end. I don't think your team's strong enough to make like a tight end trade specifically. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. And again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock, supporting the channel, and best of luck. But I do think that the Hubbard trade to go get an upgrade in the lineup would be advantageous. Now, I think we should probably go ahead and start looking at some of the quicker questions, the start-sit questions. Actually, we don't even have that many. So to answer some of these start-sit questions, then we'll send out some free messages in the chat. So this is Dale's son says, I feel like Henry's a sit until Lamar is back. Yeah, Kamara's in a garbage offense too, so I'd still play Derrick Henry over Kamara. And the wide receiver, I'd go with Pittman, and I'd play Marv over Higgins. If you want to go Kamara over Marv, you can. But, I mean, I'm not excited at all about Alvin Kamara. Now, Chicken Tindy says, flexes, wide receiver, tight end, and wide receiver, so we need to at least start one receiver. Okay, good to know. If we need to at least start one receiver, it would be Tet McMillan against Dallas, and then your running back would be Dowdle. But, obviously, I'd love to play both White and Dowdle if possible. You have a phenomenal team here. Now, Drew, we're going to go with Goff over Caleb. We have no Bucky and no Kittle. And then so between Ja'Cory Crosskey-Merritt and Brian Thomas, if you would have asked me earlier in the week, I would have said Brian Thomas, but I think that we are wrong. I think that JCM is trending in the right direction. The projections love him. It's a great matchup against Chicago. Like if we knew Chris Rodriguez wasn't going to play, I would go JCM. If we know Rodriguez was going to play, I think you could talk me into Brian Thomas. But this is a very close call, and I do think that this is mainly up to you, my guy. Now, Omace is our next question. Says, just need to flex between Bam, Golden, and Sharp. I would go Matthew Golden, probably. Full PBR format. Projects to be the highest scoring offense of the week. Great matchup against Cincinnati. You have no Jaden Reed. So, I think, and you're coming out of the bye, which typically coming out of the bye, we see the rookies take the step up. Texas Boy says, need help on the third wide receiver slot and flex. Do I drop Myers and pick up Trey, Shepard, or Luke? No, I would play Myers. I know Myers has been a bum, but still, you have no Brock Bowers. So, if I were going to drop anybody here, it would be Tyquan Thornton. I'd play Kyle Pitts over Tyquan Thornton, to be honest. And if I would probably play Trey Tucker. So, if you wanted to drop Tyquan Thornton and pick up Trey Tucker, I'm not going to fault you for it. How many points is Brees up to? What's going on in my matchup here? Again, I'm having to play against Brees as well as the Broncos DST. The Broncos DST has 6 sacks, but only 10 points. And yeah, Brees Hall has 17 carries, and he's had 4.3 fantasy points so far. So it looks like I'm very likely to win my matchup at this point, which is great. Oh, just as soon as I say that, Brees makes a good move. Lucid. Running back, Dowdle is the auto start. And we're going to auto start Rachaad White and Quinshon Judkins as well. If you wanted to make a flip, it would be taking Judkins out of the lineup to get Xavier Worthy in it. Okay. Now. God, my shoulder's really hurting me. CT Reed here at wide receiver. I'll go Kendrick Bourne over Alakeo Manor. Like, yeah, you have Jennings playing, but you're not going to. Did you really flex Tyrone Tracy? What are you smoking to flex Tyrone Tracy? But yeah, I'm going to go Bourne over Alakeo Manor. While you do have Jennings back in, you don't have Ricky Pearsall still. Now, DW Young choosing between Kamara and Myers. The projections will actually say Myers. It's tough for me to get there just because, again, I have ranked Myers too high every single week. I do like him with no Bowers. Kamara, I'm very scared of. Can y'all please spam the chat? Who would you rather start? Would you rather start Alvin Kamara or Jacoby Myers this week? But let's see. We have Kamara, Myers, Kamara, Myers. I want to say Jacoby Myers. I'm hesitant to do it because, again, I've been an idiot that's ranked Myers too high for 3 weeks straight. But it is going to be up to you. Okay. Now, trust lock with our next one. Our flex right now is Khalil Shakir. If we were to take him out, we'd be probably putting in like Bam Knight. So no, we're going to leave this as is in a full PPR format. And good luck, my friend. Okay, let's refresh this. 4th and 1 with the Jets. What are they doing? Stadium looks pretty empty. But okay, let me send out some free questions in the chat. Again, to qualify to win free questions, it's stupid simple. All you got to do is drop a like on the live stream, and then I need to know where to send them if you win. So put your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. And obviously, if you wanted to get guaranteed free questions to this stream, or I mean, to really any stream that we do, I'm going to be streaming every single day until Christmas. You can take advantage of the offer on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a free Cam Ward gimme pick, higher, lower, half a total yard for the game today. And on top of that, you'll get the best promo that I have seen in the 5 years I've been working with Underdog Fantasy, which is you get $100 added to your account after you play your first 5 with code FLOCK. Link to Underdog Fantasy is in the description. It's in the comment section. It's available in almost every single state. And on top of that as well, you'll get guaranteed free questions for the live streams. And like I said, we're streaming every single day until Christmas. But, ooh. Oh, God, that was clutch. Oh my gosh, I'm so sore. There we go. My little light almost fell and marked up the wall yet again. Oh, that was a close one. Did we click somebody or no? I don't think we did. Let's click Daughtry here and send you over a free question. Appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream, my friend. I'm going to see if I can find you on the site. Daughtry, just found you. Just sent you over that free start sit question. Appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream. And let's move this over to our next one. This is going to be T-Dog1. See if I can find you on the site and send you over a free question, my friend. T-Dog, just found you. Just sent you over that free start sit question. Appreciate you hanging out with us as always. And let's send this over to Dakilla Whale. Just found you and just sent you over that free start sit question. Again, appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream as well. Okay. Now let me refresh this, see if we had any more quick questions come in. If not, we can pivot over and we can look at some of those team reviews that are waiting for us, which I think that's what we are going to do. Okay. So let's check this out for Saltyful. Said this about 10 p.m. last night. Says, I have Jalen Warren coming next week. How do I improve the team to win? What trades could we possibly do? I'm 2-3, most likely going to lose this week. Love your videos. Appreciate you, my friend. Thank you so much for being a member of the flock. And we are in a bad spot here. Not only are you thinking that you're going to fall to 2-4, but we are second to last in the league analyzer. It's a league in which you can start up to 4 wide receivers weekly, so the wide receiver depth here does matter somewhat. Now, in terms of our starting lineup this week, we have Mahomes, Barkley, Swift, London, Keenan, Higgins, and then probably Matthew Golden. And if you wanted to play like Kendrick Bourne, I wouldn't fault you. Or if you wanted to play Jawan Jennings, I wouldn't fault you. Then tight end, we have Jake Ferg and Darren Waller. But again, the wide receiver depth does matter somewhat. But at the same time, there's no world in which I want to be rostering 8 wide receivers and only 3 RBs, especially if one of those running backs is on the IR. So for me, I would look to go through and I would look to make some waiver wire pivots. I would cut Kendrick Bourne for Miller. With Kendrick Bourne, obviously, he's an exciting short-term fill-in, but Jennings is already back. You possibly get Kittle and or Pearsall back next week. So if that happens, you're going to cut Bourne anyway. There's an outside chance that the ankle injury for Kamara ends up being a big deal. There's an outside chance that this turns into a spot where Kamara ends up getting traded. So I would cut Miller and I would cut Bourne. I'd pick up Miller. I would also probably cut Jerry Jeudy and pick up Byshell Tootin if I were you, because you're just going to be fine at running back as is. And then for me, this is an own personal preference. Like, you don't have to do this roster construction wise, but I think I would almost rather have Jamison Williams over Jawan Jennings. So I would consider cutting Jennings for JMO, but not something that you have to do. Then going over and looking at what we have with tight ends off the waiver wire. For me, I would prefer Kyle Pitts over Darren Waller. So I would go through and I would try to, one thing you can do if you really wanted to get an upgrade at running back too, is you could try sending Jake Ferguson and DeAndre Swift after this week to go get a significant upgrade at RB2 and then pick up Kyle Pitts off the waiver wire for free and then play the matchups with Darren Waller and Kyle Pitts going into the future. Who was that? Was that Marvin Mims? Yeah, but I think moves to make right now, you cut the bottom end wide receivers, you pick up some bottom end running backs. Moves to make after this week, you could consider trading Jake Ferguson and DeAndre Swift to try to get a significant upgrade at RB. And then you could pick up Kyle Pitts off waivers for free. But I think that's all I got for you. Again, I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. But I do think that you're in a little bit of a hole. And the best way to climb out of it is if you could hit on a big time running back off the waiver wire. Now let's move this over to Too Many Dubs. Says, made a few trades with draft picks, dealing with injuries, while fighting a losing record with no picks. What should we be aiming for if I'm fighting each week just to get last? Is it a lost cause? Well, this is a dynasty league, right? So here's the thing, my man. We are Too Many Dubs. We are 1-4. We're 9th in this league when it comes to value. Oh, dear God. You screwed your team. I mean, I hate to be rude. I really do. But you put yourself in a horrible spot. Scored 526 points. So we're second to last in point score. We're 1-4. Which in Dynasty, typically it's not that bad of a thing, because what we can say is oh, okay, well, we're in a really tough situation, but we can go ahead and we can just simply pivot to a rebuild. Let's go through. Let's sell short-term pieces. Let's sell Breece Hall. Let's sell A.J. Brown. Let's go and pivot to future rookie picks. Let's sell Jalen Warren. Let's go get a second and a third. And what you're going to get with that is you'll tank your season. You'll end up with the 101. You'll end up with the 102. And we'll have a very nice cornerstone asset, whether it's somebody like Ashton Genty, Amari Hampton from this year's class coming in because we have that early first. But when you trade away your future first, you put yourself in a position where all of a sudden you don't have that flexibility. We don't have a future first round pick. So we don't have any incentive to turn this over into a rebuilding team. That option's out the window for us. Looking at what we have when it comes to quarterback, it's a 1 QB league. We have May, Purdy. We're fine here. Are we great? No, but it's going to be okay. Running back, we have Bucky and Breece. I thought Breece was going to be super exciting based off the injury to Braylon Allen, and this dude's doing nothing. Looking at Jalen Warren, I guess Warren's startable. It's a super shallow dynasty league. You only got to start a total of 8 players, so it's not like Warren's going to make that big of a difference. Wide receiver, we have Flowers, Pickens, A.J. Brown. Pearsall, Godwin injured. We have Deebo Samuel for the short-term production. So here's what I would love to do. Plan A with your team is we go and try to get back our 2026 first, which I'm assuming this is the team that has it. Actually, no, this is not. Who has the too many dubs future first? And it's going to be impossible to do it. Actually, no, that's not the. Who has your first round pick? Is it this team? Did I miss it? No. Okay, it's this team here. So this is the team that has our future first. If you could go through and make a play to get that first round pick back, you can open up the possibility of us being able to pivot to 2026 and plan for the long term. I mean, I'd be willing to go out there and quote unquote overpay for it. Hell, let's go through and let's offer them Breece Hall and Deebo Samuel for our 2026 first and hopefully a second rounder as well. Now, I would say it's much easier said than done because that team's probably going to be smart enough to realize like, hey, that pick can be the 101. But if they are in redraft fever and they think that they have a shot to contend this year, they're 3-2. Maybe they're willing to make that play. So the assets that if you're able to pivot to a rebuild, which you can only do if you get back your 2026 first, that I'd be looking to sell. I'd be looking to sell Breece, Jalen Warren, Pacheco, A.J. Brown, Chris Godwin, Deebo Samuel. Those would all be pieces that we're wanting to sell on a rebuilding team. But again, with that being said, you can't rebuild unless you're able to get your 2026 first round pick back. And if you're not able to get that pick back, then you're just going to have to keep on going out there and trying your best and probably losing games, which it just sucks, but it's the position that you kind of put yourself in, which I'm sorry to be an ass again. I wish I had better news to give you, but I got to be honest here. But I'm wishing you the best of luck, my friend. I'm really sorry to see that this is the situation we find ourselves in, but I really hope we can dig ourselves out of that hole. Now, let me move this back over and let's answer some more of the faster questions. These are the start sit. These are the trades. Okay, so this is Stuffa. Here we have no Quentin Johnston. Michael Carter is no longer viable. So it's Matthew Golden, Jamison Williams, Chase Brown, because Chris Godwin's going to miss too. I'd probably go ahead and play Chase Brown. Am I excited about this? Of course not. But Chase Brown realistically has been getting the opportunities where every single week you've had at least 3 targets. Every single week you've had pretty much at least 15 opportunities. The offense has a little bit of hope now that Joe Flacco's under center. I will say, like, we're not expecting this to get significantly better given the fact that it's a horrible matchup against the Green Bay Packers. And right now you actually do have I think you got to do it. I hate the matchup. I hate the offensive line. Projects to be the worst offense in the league, but you got to run with it. Okay. Now, Numjet, running back, I would play Hassan Haskins over Michael Carter now. Like, there's no world in which I don't play Matthew Golden. I would play Matthew Golden in the flex, too. Okay. Now, BJ says, big fan. Keep up the great work, Mason. Really appreciate you, my guy. Running back, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Pollard over Charbonnet and Miller. Like, maybe this is a game in which the Titans can be competitive. That would be the hope, but Going over to the flex, you have to play Tet. Like, Deebo Samuel's also set up in a smash spot against Chicago with Jaden Daniels under center. But realistically, like with him injured and playing on Monday, Tet's just in too good of a spot against Dallas to take the safer option. Okay. Now, Daughtry, running back between Swift, Warren, Walker, Chase Brown. I would love to say none of the above. Probably go DeAndre Swift, but I have no freaking idea. And I know I want to play the wide receivers here. We'd go with Pittman and Olave for the 2 flexes. But running back, flip a coin, my friend. I have no freaking idea. God, this game is so bad. What's funny, too, is if the Broncos didn't blow that game against the Colts in week 2 off the bad kick, they'd be sitting here at, what, 5-1 after they win this, assuming they win this. Chris says, had Carter in the flex, but just saw he's not starting. Yeah, you got to take Carter out if you can. I would play Downs and Shepard here. Yeah, and I'd bench Michael Carter for both those options. Like, again, Michael Carter is not a good player. It's not a good offense. The only reason that you would have started him is because of the projected opportunities. And if those projections are gone, then yeah, all of a sudden I would just try to avoid it. Now, our next question's from Nathan. Here we need 2 flexes. Xavier Worthy's for sure. In between Brian Thomas, Shakori Cross-Gamard, I could go back and forth here. If you would have asked me earlier in the week, I would have for sure said Brian Thomas. But with the way things are trending, if Chris Rodriguez is going to miss, I think it's JCM. If Rodriguez plays, it's probably Brian Thomas. But I think you can go back and forth on that. I do want to start Worthy, though. We're going to have to log out and log back in to keep this thing going. Okay. Let's move this over to our next question. These Sunday morning streams go by so fast. Like, I think because I wake up and whenever I start the live stream, I'm so out of it. I'm so tired that. And also I let myself have caffeine during these streams. So it just blows right by. The Jets get the sack on Bo Nix, so they're going to get a chance to win the game. They'll just need a field goal. They have no timeouts. Where is this game being played? What country is this game in? What city? Now, Nathan, for the flex, we already answered this. It's in England. Okay. Now, Dreams says, was wondering if I should start Ladd since QJ's out. Come on, you bad dog. Get in here. Girl, you stink. You know that? You stink. I know. You're a good girl. You're a good girl. Okay. Was wondering if I should start Ladd since QJ's out. I would. Quarterback, hopefully we didn't start Fields. Hopefully we started Dak. I would have told you to start Justin Fields, though. So good thing I didn't see that before. Running back, I would go Rashad White and Quinshawn Judkins. Wide receiver, we'll take Igbuka, and I'll still start Worthy over Ladd. And then for the flex, ETN versus Ladd, it's close. Honestly, even though I think Ladd's a lot more appealing with no Quentin Johnston, I'd probably still play the running backs. I love how when the game actually matters, they have Brees Hall in there. How many points is Brees up to? Again, I'm having to play against Brees, so I'm hoping this dude does nothing. A big Brees touchdown here at the end of the game, I'd be pissed. Brees Hall has 21 carries, and he has 5.5 fantasy points. Like, I'm playing against Brees in the Broncos defense. The Broncos have 7 sacks. Brees Hall has 21 carries. If you would have told me those two things before the game started, I would have been terrified, but they've combined for 16.5 points. Like, how are they not scoring points? How is it that bad? Kyler says, Jefferson on bye, we have to flex one of these bums. A running back, we have White, Swift. Wide receiver, we have Ladd, Egbuka. Tight end, we have Henry. And then in the flex, we have Worthy. If you wanted to swap Keon Coleman out, Charbonnet would be the play, but I think you're fine going either way. I don't think there's a right answer. Now, Vinyl's son, a running back, we're going to take the combo of Achane as well as Dowdle. Actually, I'm sorry, Javonte. Wide receiver, we go Chase and Tetz. And then in the flex, we go with Dowdle and Travis Etienne. You just take the running backs that get the guaranteed opportunities. Okay. Now let's refresh this, see if we can find another question. This is Cooper from AK. Wide receiver. You play Jalen Waddle with no Tyreek. 2 flexes. Judkins will be the play. And I'll probably play Ladd McConkey as well. Corey Cross-Merritt, a lot more appealing than we initially gave him credit for. Say the same thing with Stephon Diggs. But now that QJ's out, you can just go ahead and play Ladd. Now, Low Flynn says, starting Pacheco, Gainwell, and Bam is my RB2. Or Bam is my RB2. I'd probably go with Bam over him. Yeah, I'd probably cut Jaden Blue and pick up Bam, assuming that you don't have James Conner on the bench and instead he's on the IR. Obviously, if Conner's on the bench, you can cut him instead. Okay. Ooh, I just got a running belt I ordered that I've been wanting to try. Excited. Okay. Now, let's refresh this. And looks like we are caught up. So 2 minutes to go in this Jets game. Let me check on something real quick. Now, I want to remind y'all, I bought 2,500 hats. This isn't the only design. There are a bunch of different designs. But if you're a paid member of the site, just go fill out the Google form. This year's been by far and away our best year. And it hasn't really been that close. So if you were, so I wanted to get back in any way that I can. So if you go over to the website and you go to the post page, fill out this Google form. I ordered 2,500 hats. As of this morning, I think we had 1,700 responses on the form. All you essentially got to do is tell me which hat you want and where to ship the hat to and what the email address on your account is. That way I can confirm that you are a paid member of the site, and we'll go ahead and ship you over a free hat. I am pretty sure I already showed you all this too, but here's the picture of the hats. We already got most of them in. I think we're waiting on 2 more boxes, but these things need to get out of my kitchen. So it would be ideal if y'all filled out that Google form so I could start shipping these out. Okay. Now, let me go ahead and let's send out some more free questions in the chat. So again, all you got to do to get free questions, super simple. Drop a like on the live stream and also go ahead and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the live chat. So if you win, I know to send a free question too. And then also, if you wanted to just get guaranteed free questions, you could always do so by taking advantage of the offer on Underdog Fantasy. Underdog has been the only sponsor on this channel for 5 years. And this has been by far and away the best offer that they've ever had, which is after you play $5, you're going to get $100 added to your account with code FLOCK. And you will get a free Cam Ward gimme pick, higher, lower, half a total yard as well for the game today. And with that, you'll get free questions that you can ask in the live streams. And again, we're streaming answering these questions every single day until Christmas. But let me go ahead and let's send out some more freebies. So let's send this one to Harvick. Is Garrett Wilson hurt? Garrett Wilson, it did not look good getting up there. It looks more like he's hurt than injured, but he looked like he was in some pain. Harvick just sent you over that free start sit question. Let's send this other one to I Don't Know Football. I Don't Know Football just sent you over a free start sit question. Appreciate you as well. Is Garrett Wilson out there? I think so. No, he's not. I think he's hurt. Justin Fields, you bum. My Broncos win the game. Justin Fields sacked on 4th down. Trying to see. Yeah, Garrett Wilson wasn't on the field for that last play. Mason Taylor runs into Fields. God. So again, let me see what the final score was for the Broncos, DST, and Brees. They combined for 18.9 points. I'll take it. 9 sacks for the Broncos defense, and their DST only scores 13 points. Crazy. I feel like sacks should count for 2 points. It's crazy that like a defensive touchdown is worth 7 points and a sack's only worth 1. Okay. Let me go ahead and log out, log back in to make sure we can keep this going. Okay. Send this over. We have a couple quick questions that we can get through. These are going to be the team. Sorry, these are going to be the start, sit, and trade questions. Now, Saducci says, I need to upgrade at receiver and tight end. I know that, here's the thing. I don't know how much of an upgrade Darren Waller is over Fannin. I know Waller's had 3 touchdowns over the past 2 weeks, but he's also had 9 targets over the past 2 weeks. So Waller's he's a great pickup that you have off waivers. But in terms of him being in the tier of guys that we're wanting to go out of our way and trade for, I don't necessarily know how we should be valuing him there. Um, we have Fannin. Like, we got the reports that David Njoku may get traded. Now, don't get me wrong. Metcalf to Debo's an upgrade. Here's the thing. I would do this trade after this week, after we can start Dowdle. But like, your RB position beyond Bijan would be not the best. So I'd probably prefer Dowdle and Metcalf here. Okay. I wonder if Fields is going to be benched after this. This is the tweet from Underdog from it. The Jets gave up 9 sacks to drop to 0-6. They had negative 10 net passing yards the whole game. So I'm assuming they're taking Fields passing yards minus sack yardage. And also, coming from somebody who has an absolute cooked hairline, is this real? Like, how could somebody this old have this hairline? What do y'all think? Real or not, or did Aaron Glenn go to Turkey? Because this edge up is crazy. It looks photoshopped. He may not be the best NFL head coach, my friend, but I am very much jealous of your hairline. And it does look like it's spray paint, and I am very much jealous. Now, mitigated frame. A quarterback between Love and Daniel Jones. I'll probably go Love. Projects being the highest scoring offense in the league. Wide receiver, we're going to go Rome and Pickens with no Lamb. Obviously, Ladd McConkey is more appealing now than he otherwise would be, though. Dayton says, when are you going to Turkey, Mason? I would if it wasn't for the fact that I wouldn't be able to like run, bike, or swim for a couple months. So if I could go to Turkey and then like the rehab process was I was just like normal, I could do whatever I wanted to do. And I didn't have to just like avoid sweating for 2 months. Trust me, your boys looked into it. I would, but the rehab, I don't want to have to like not be able to work out. K9 trading Dowdle, AJ Brown for Derrick Henry. Leftover wide receiver, we'd have Igbuka, Marv, Higgins. You're losing this deal in the short term, but in the long term, in a half PPR format, when Lamar's back in and Hubbard's back in, it's going to be the Derrick Henry side. So I am okay with this. Now, Bobby Tusack says, Ted or Ladd, Holland, Fields are tanking me. I'd go Ted over Ladd. Like, if we need to chase ceiling, I think Ted gives it to you going up against a horrendous Dallas Cowboys defense. And yeah, I mean, if we started Fields and Breece Hall, you are in a really tough spot. Okay. Now let's refresh this. This is from Kyle Holman. It says, submitted it wrong. Do I flex Kamara, Chase Brown, or Keon Coleman? I'd probably play Kamara there. Not super exciting. Aiden says, Carter not starting right now. Should I jam in someone else? Oh, yeah, you're for sure not playing Michael Carter. I'd play Matthew Golden here. The projections with DJ Moore are horrendous. But yeah, like obviously I'm not excited to play Matthew Golden. I do think that you have a very low floor, but you do get a relatively nice ceiling if everything were to play out, just given the fact that this Packers offense should score so many points. But let's send over some more free questions. Looks like we're caught up on all the questions on the site. So again, to get those free questions, stupid simple. All you got to do to qualify is drop a like on the live stream and then drop your flockfantasy.com username in the live chats. And if you wanted to get guaranteed free questions, you could always do so by taking advantage of the offer on Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you'll get a free Cam Ward gimme pick, higher or lower, half a total yard for today's game. And on top of that, you'll get the best promo that Underdog has ever done, which is you'll get $100 out of your account after you play your first $5 with code FLOCK. And you'll get guaranteed free questions for these live streams. And I'm going to be answering these questions every single day until Christmas. And what else is there to say with this? Yeah, I've been sponsored by Underdog Fantasy. They've been the only sponsor of this channel for 5 years now. And over the past 2 weeks, we've had more people sign up to Underdog with code FLOCK than pretty much we've ever had before. And the reason is because that $100 offer is legit and it is a crazy good offer. Okay. Now let me go ahead and send out some free questions. Let's send this to Gibby. And I will say Underdog is also available in every state. If you think they're not in your state, they probably are. Gibby just sent you over that free start set question. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Now, Vicious v. Ballers. I cannot find you, my friend. I don't know if you used code FLOCK when you signed up, but you can add it to your account page if you haven't. Let's send this to Genghis Vuitton. Am I spelling Genghis here right? No, it needs an H. Oh, no. Wrong H, wrong place. Genghis Vuitton just found you and just sent you over that free start set question. Appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream. Send over a free start set to Patrick Gorman. Just sent you over that free start set question. Appreciate you hanging out with us as well. Okay, so Mazay's trading Achan and Tet for Brees and JSN. At this point, Brees Hall draws 0 targets in this game. My Brees Hall ranking looks clownish unless you get a Brees Hall trade. So I need to nuke Brees Hall in our rankings. I'm going to move Brees Hall down to RB15. And honestly, once we do that, let me refresh and see where the updated overall ranks are here. And God, I'm about to pee myself. It'll take me 20 seconds to go pee. Obviously, I'm going to be answering free questions all the way until kickoff. So give me 1 second to pee. I would love to hold it, but I just simply can't. Okay, I feel much better. And let's see now with this Brees trade. So if we look at it now, I'd rather have Ted over Brees. I'd rather have Achan over JSN. So I think I'm going to hold on to the Achan side unless we were to get Brees Hall traded to a better situation. Again, if Brees Hall had nothing as a receiver in this game. He had 22 carries and he scored less than 6 fantasy points. Now, Zosness, wide receiver. We're going to take Brian Thomas. And then, we'll leave Rachaad White there in the flex. I think Brian Thomas kind of the easy wide receiver to take in that instance. Okay. Now, Small says, just to give you a good laugh. Yeah. We have, is Alec Pierce, I would play Shaheed over Alec Pierce, my guy. And then I assume we have a better tight end off waivers. And then, yeah, I'd play Bam Knight here. Because you have Puka and Bijan, you have hope. But still. Not the best. Now, D's nuts, quarterback. We're going to go Goff over Darnold. Running back, I'll take Kamara over Chase Brown. Wide receiver, we have A.J. Brown. I'm assuming we already started. Roma Dunze. Tight end, Jake Ferg. And then for the flex, we'll go ahead and we'll take Chase Brown. It's going to still be disgusting in Cincinnati. Like, don't be overly optimistic because you have a Joe Flacco in. It's going to be gross regardless. Now, ire fire. Running back. We have no Michael Carter's no longer in play. It's either Trevion Henderson or Hassan Haskins. With the word that we've had with Haskins leading this backfield, I think you're fine to go ahead and play him. And then if you wanted to put if you were excited about Henderson, you could flex him over Dobbs, but I'm fine with you leaving Dobbs in. Okay. Now, Phil with our next one. This is 4-1, most points scored, loaded at running back. I'd like to upgrade QB tight end before the deadline. Any thoughts? Wide receiver, we start Adams. We start Dowdle and Gibbs. You are absolutely loaded, and I would love to send JCM with Jawan Johnson to go get a viable tight end. Like 100%, we would like to do that. And Keenan Allen is a viable sell too, because I mean your team is so good that Keenan Allen's never hitting your lineup. It's not even hitting your lineup when you have Quentin Johnston out. But let me go ahead and refresh this. Now, Quasworts says QJ out. What do we do now? For the flex, I think we're going to go ahead. We're probably just going to play Jaylen Warren. Like the alternative is T. Higgins, which again, the Bengals project to be the worst offense in the league this week. So, I mean, if possible, I would really like to avoid every Cincinnati Bengal. Okay. Now, Sir Chop says Saquon, Devonta, and Dart already played for me this week. If I asked already, but I need a dub. So Saquon, Devonta, and Dart already all played. So we're probably looking for upside in that case. We have London, probably Flowers, tight end, Pitts, and then in the flex. If that's the case, you're shooting for the ceiling, and I think Bam Knight can give you just solid touches. I would actually go Jennings over Kendrick Bourne. I'd probably go Jennings in that instance in the flex, because you probably do need to be shooting for the stars there. Okay. Now, Tony Tiger says, do I start Bam or Carter? Oh, Bam easily. You go Javonte and Bam over Michael Carter. You can cut Carter for Bam. And then for the flex, I would go Ladd McConkey with no Quentin Johnston. Now, Raul Duke says, PPR, Allen with no KJ, Jennings, Brian Thomas Jr., we're leaning Keenan Allen. I'll go ahead and just show you where I have these guys in my rankings post QJ injury. I have Keenan Allen about 3 spots ahead of Brian Thomas. And the expert average ranks also have Keenan Allen ahead of Brian Thomas as well. Clearly, we'd rather have Brian Thomas if Quentin Johnston was playing. But Keenan Allen should get the guaranteed targets at this point. Let me refresh this, see if we have any more. Then we can just get to questions in the chat. Now, Wise Guy here at wide receiver. We're going to go with Ladd McConkey as well as... I'd go T. Higgins over Jawan Jennings. It's not like Jennings is fully healthy. It's not like his offense is phenomenal with Mac Jones under center. So again, I don't think T. Higgins turns into some auto start, can't miss wide receiver with Flacco in town. I'm definitely more excited and I'm optimistic in comparison to where I was previously. I mean, I have T. Higgins on my own team, so I really hope he crushes. But I think we need to be realistic with this, and I don't necessarily think we can say that he is great, but we can't say that with Jawan Jennings either. Okay. Now, General Daddy here at running back. Genty auto start. Javante auto start. I don't know if you started Scat or not. Wide receiver would go Amon-Ra Ladd with no QJ. Tight end would go Kelsey. I would hope you played Quentin Johnston in one of these spots, but if you didn't, in that last flex spot, you're going to go with Michael Pittman Jr. Okay. Now let's refresh this. Looks like we're all caught up on questions. So we'll just answer some questions in the live chat until kickoff happens. So if you just have any fantasy football questions that you want me to talk about, go ahead, drop them in the chats. And also, again, not too late. If you want to take advantage of the offer on Underdog, they haven't gotten me word of when they're going to be taking this offer off the table. But as of now, it's still there. Use code FLOCK and play your first $5. You'll get $100 added to your account. And on top of that, you'll get a cam board gimme pick, higher, lower, half a total yard for today's game. Underdog Fantasy is available in almost every single state. And also using code FLOCK will give you both these promos. And you'll, in addition to that, get free questions that you can ask me in the live streams that I'm streaming every single day until Christmas. Let's see. Bam or Haskins? I would rather have Hassan Haskins over Bam Knight. Do I start Hollywood or JMO? I would go JMO. I'm not a big Jameson Williams fan. He's a boom bust wide receiver that's a better real life option than fantasy. We've always said that. But this game has like a... Right now, the Chiefs are actually favored. So there's a good shot that... you actually see the Lions forced to throw the ball. Now, Bam Knight or Kenneth Walker, I'd rather have Kenneth Walker. Like, Bam Knight's not good. Like, if you're looking at Bam Knight, realistically, he's a bad player in a bad offense, and he's in a committee. Like, I would want to go ahead and... I'd start him over names like a Byshell Tootin, like these random just like backup running backs. But if it's over like a starter that has some juice, there's no reason to play Bam Knight. Okay. Now, Bam Knight or Miller, I'd go Bam Knight. Again, that's a backup running back in a bad offense. So playing Bam Knight over backup running backs and bad offenses. Now, DK or Pittman? For me, I'm going to go with DK, but in reality, they're both in the same tier. So it's completely up to you. Ramondre or T? I would go with T. Higgins. Trade Etienne for Breece. I have Etienne on my team, and realistically, I think I would, with the hope that Breece ends up getting traded somewhere else. Casey says Bam Knight over Michael Carter. Yes, please. If you have Michael Carter in your starting lineup, you have to bench Michael Carter. If you have Carter in the lineup, take him out, please. Okay, Bourne or Jennings? I would rather have Jawan Jennings over Kendrick Bourne. Let me see if we had any more questions coming on the site. Nick says reports say that Bam took third team reps during pregame. So here's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at Adam Schefter telling us that Bam Knight is going to be the starting running back. And also, you can go over and you can just see the updated projections on Underdog where they nuked Michael Carter. Let's go ahead and let's pull this back up. Michael Carter, they have right now higher, lower 27.5 rushing yards, higher, lower 38.5 total yards. They have Bam Knight, higher, lower 50.5 total yards. So, Schefter told us that Bam Knight's a starter. If you're on Underdog and you think that's completely wrong, by all means, feel free to go out there and say Michael Carter is going to have at least 27.5 rushing yards, but I wouldn't feel good about it. And so I think if Michael Carter's higher or lower right now is 27.5 rushing yards and the touchdown probability is pretty damn low because the offense he's playing in, I would rather avoid. Able 92 here for the two flexes. Give me Chase Brown and Jawan Jennings over Hollywood and Travis Hunter. B-Dog quarterback, we're going to go with, if you didn't already play Fields, I guess you have Stafford, which good call in that case. Running back, I'm assuming you played Brees. I would have. If you had the stones to sit him, congrats. And then you play Derrick Henry in the flex. You play Buka over Travis Hunter for sure. Tight end, we have Ferg. But yeah. If you played Stafford over Justin Fields, great call. I mean, it's not a call I would have made. But clearly, it would have been the correct one. But General Daddy here trading Bucky, Terry, Nico for Mason, Etienne, Myers, and Rome. Nico to Rome, lateral move. Terry to Myers, lateral move. Bucky to Etienne, clear downgrade. We get Jordan Mason. I'd probably rather have the Terry, Bucky, Nico side. If you're like 1-4, 0-5, I understand going and trading the injured guys for healthy players that you can start right now. But if we're thinking long-term value, I think I'd rather have Bucky there. But I think that should be it for this live stream. Kickoff's in about 3 minutes. Again, if you wanted to go and take advantage of that Underdog offer, I don't know how much longer it's going to be available, but it is available right now. Sign up, play $5 with code FLOCK, get $100 added to your account. Plus, you'll get that free Give Me Pick, Cam Ward, higher, lower, half a total yard. Underdog's available in almost every single state. So limited time offer. And it is the best offer that they have put out there in the 5 years that I've been working with them. And yeah, code FLOCK will also get you free questions that you can ask in the live streams that I'm streaming every single day until Christmas. Last but not least, if you are a paid member of flockfantasy.com, I ordered 2,500 hats. I've already bought them. The majority of them have already been shipped. They are in my kitchen right now. So go to the and there are a bunch of different designs. It's not just this one. There are a ton of them. Go to the Google form, fill it out. I've already bought them all. And also at the same time, I am paying to ship them all out myself. My fiance, brother, and I, we're all going to be shipping them together. We're turning this house into a factory over the next 2 weeks. So we'll get those out to y'all. I want to give back. This year's been the best year that we've ever had. So trying to figure out a way that I could give back to everybody. And yeah, I really appreciate all of y'all. I'm really wishing you the best of luck today. Thank you, Cam Scadaboo, making it look like I'm winning my matchup this week. Going to move over to 5-1. Couldn't be more excited. And I hope I get to see you out with the video after the games tonight.